All right, so Hugh Jackman, Kourtney Kardashian, Jennifer Aniston, J-Lo, Elon Musk, just a few of the people that swear by intermittent fasting. Is it really safe? How do you actually know you're doing intermittent fasting? What will it do for you? Would it help you reach your health goals in 2023? Let's bring in Dr. Amy Duffy here. She is the international best-selling author of Normal Doesn't Have Side Effects, and she has been a part of the Action News 5 digital desk in the past. We appreciate you coming on once again, Amy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. I'm so excited to be here and share this information. It's super fun.
Yeah, I am a person that loves to intermittent fast myself. I do it at work, and I have kind of like a, 10 to 12 hour window. First, explain what it is for our audience out there and some of the different ways, because there's all kinds of different ways, I guess, to define intermittent fasting, right?
Absolutely. There's a lot of ways. I kind of narrow it down to two different ways when I'm talking to my patients. I have the calendar way and I have the clock way. So the calendar way, this makes it a little bit more easy to process. Pick 2 days of the week, make sure they're not 2 days in a row. And on the 2 days that you X out here, you're going to fast those 2 days. On the other days, you can eat like normal. You can also adjust this different weeks throughout the month. So let's say you got a hot date one night, you want to adjust your time or something going on at work. So this way, it's super easy. A little bit more difficult to fast for a whole day. A lot of people start with something more like the clock way. So you're going to pick a time frame, a window, just like you described, where you're eating, and then a window where you're fasting or not eating. So let's imagine that you're going to start eating at noon and you're going to stop eating at 6 p.m. and then you don't resume eating until noon the next day. This makes it super easy because you're focused more on when you're eating and not just what you're eating. So you don't have to count carbs. You don't have to count calories. You want to have a glass of wine? Let's have a glass of wine. How about a beer? Sure, have a beer. Or you can even eat your favorite chocolate. Now, you're going to get better results for weight loss and overall health, cardiovascular, reducing the risk of diabetes, et cetera, if you're going to choose healthier foods, right? So eat your apple, have a salad for that meal. But it really is super simple and easy to follow. I get a lot of questions, Dr. Duffy, is this safe for us to do? And intermittent fasting can be really safe. In fact, we're seeing a lot of data. That's why doctors are loving it, that it really works, not just for weight loss, for actually reducing our risk of disease. So it's very safe, and we're really recommending it to a lot of people. The few people who need to pay attention, if you're diabetic and you're monitoring your blood sugar with either a blood sugar monitor, like when you're checking your blood on your finger, or you have one of those continuous glucose monitors, you want to make sure you talk to your doctor about that. This may be something you need to adjust. Or perhaps you're on medication and that medication needs to be taken with food, then you need to pay attention to the timing there or chat with your doctor about that. Outside of that, intermittent fasting, super safe, really easy to follow, and it works. That's why it's the #1 fad diet in America.
Is it really #1? Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. #1 fad diet in America. Gotcha. Let's get into specifics about the best candidates for intermittent fasting. Is there a certain body type? What about age groups?
Kids are growing, so we certainly don't want to restrict them. Usually kids are eating more for natural hunger, as opposed to sometimes we just want to eat because we're feeling munchy or something like that. So probably you want to wait until they're older teenagers or adults before they start fasting. But kids will actually naturally fast. They just don't eat when they're not hungry, right? So that's okay, age-wise. As we get older, really, there's no age limit where you would not want to intermittent fast. So that's pretty easy to do. Really, every body type is great. And one of the best things about intermittent fasting, it's not like the keto diet. Keto is okay, and you're going to get results from that, but it's really short-lived. It's hard to live in the keto world for a really long time. But once you start to get used to intermittent fasting, this can be something that you can do for life. So it's really a great thing thing for anybody who's trying to either maintain their weight or really try to lose weight. If you're going to lose weight, you may want to avoid some of those fun foods that we were talking about, at least in the beginning, until you get to your maintenance weight. But really, that's what's so great about intermittent fasting, is it really can be for anyone.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that I've enjoyed. I do it usually at work, and I don't generally do it on the weekends. But questions around intermittent fasting, because then some people ask, well, what about someone who doesn't eat all day or goes several days and all they have is water or coffee or something like that? Is that safe? I always hear that when you do intermittent fasting, or when you fast for, let's say, a day or so, it really helps your cells. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's actually studies that show really the magic happens when you're looking at reducing inflammation or regeneration of damaged cells, happens when you get into the 18 to 21 hour fast window and beyond that. So, for weight loss purposes, it's really great to start and simple to start with something like an 8-16 or a 16-8 fast. But when you're really trying to correct some dysfunction there or reduce inflammation, you want to get into those longer fasts. And there are some studies where doing a longer, 24-hour, 36-hour fast can really be beneficial, especially like for cancer. We're kind of starving the cancer, if you want to think about it that way. So there's some studies that really look around that. Of course, you want to make sure that you're hydrated. And again, if you're struggling with low blood sugar, things like that, then you just want to pay attention to that. Sometimes there are some foods that are allowed in the fasting. So some of those fasting days, there's some articles that talk about you can eat up to 500 calories, and that still would be considered a fast. There are other people who do what they call one meal a day. And basically they're fasting throughout the day and they just have one meal. So it's not even a window of, time 6 hours. It's just one meal a day. Again, the term intermittent fasting is important. So if you go to one meal a day, that's okay, but you may want to adjust that throughout your week in terms of what time that meal is, because if you do that every day for the rest of your life, your body's going to adapt to that. And then it's not really intermittent anymore. So, once you get into it, you may want to start adjusting that time frame a little bit.
What does it do for your metabolism? Does it speed it up? Does it slow it down? Do we know?
There's kind of this idea that people who are gaining weight or can't lose weight have a slow metabolism. And then people who can, it seems like they just have an unlimited amount of food that they can eat, but they're still skinny, have a fast metabolism. I don't know that that's really real. I mean, there's so many different variables that go into that. So intermittent fasting, I would say probably, whether you want to call it metabolism, but when you're fasting, it actually speeds up your body's ability to get stored fat. So you're not starving yourself. If you go into starvation mode over a long period of time, your body starts looking for energy in the form of your muscle. So it's going to use up muscle, where the ability with intermittent fasting is actually gathering your fat cells. So your metabolism improves in the fact that it's helping you to burn fat instead of burn calories from muscle or your food, basically. So it's really going to help you lose more fat.
All right, so if our viewers are interested, we've been talking about this for a few minutes, they're interested, they're like, okay, let me try this out. What would be your recommendation if someone wanted to try out intermittent fasting, Amy?
Yeah, that clock way is the easiest way, is just pick a window, between 6 and 8 hours that you're going to eat, and then the window between 16 to 18 hours that you're fasting. The easiest way, just like I described, is to start at noon, end at 6 or 7 p.m. That way you're sleeping through a good, if we're getting the 8 hours of sleep we're supposed to, you're sleeping during most of your fasting. A lot of people aren't starving first thing in the morning. You can have tea, you can have black coffee. You just don't want to consume a lot of calories. Make sure, you're still well hydrated. And then you just start eating again at lunchtime the next day. That is the easiest way to get started.
Awesome. Amy Duffy, we really appreciate your analysis, your insight on this. And thanks so very much. Happy New Year to you. Much success in 2023.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. We often associate acne breakouts with our teen years, but for so many Americans out there, breakouts aren't just a distant memory. In fact, acne is the most prevalent skin disease right now, affecting up to 80% of people at some point during their lives. Let's talk about acne, some of the causes, and what we can do to help ourselves with the one and only Dr. Pimple Popper. Dr. Sandra Lee, dermatologist, is with us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dr. Lee, thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
We are doing well, thank you very much. So, so tell us, what is the cause of acne primarily?
Well, acne is caused by oily skin or sebum that builds up in our pores. And sebum is really largely controlled by hormones. So really, that's really what causes everything. You know, hormones are also called androgens. These increase and decrease throughout our lifetime, so they fluctuate. And so when they are higher, like during teenage years, that's when you have more acne breakouts. And so actually, though, throughout your life, it can really fluctuate and go up and down so that, you can get them when you're 50. You can even get acne when you're in your 50s and your 60s. So it doesn't really matter your age or your gender. Hormones.
So tell me about the AHA Acne Hormones campaign that you are a part of. I guess it spotlights the role of hormones as the underlying cause of acne. Tell me more.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for people to understand why we get acne breakouts. And that's really a key to treating, because I think people feel really helpless when they have a breakout and they don't know how to treat it. And then you get some kind of, treatment regimen from your doctor and you're like, well, I don't even know what this does. I don't know, what it's doing. I don't know if it's going to work or not. But if people understand that it's caused by hormones specifically, and that a certain medication is going to specifically help to treat those or lower those hormones in your skin, then I think people are going to be more willing to use it, and they're going to actually also feel really like a part of the treatment, right? They're going to feel like they have control over their own skin.
Dr. Lee, you have this show on TLC, and it's a hit show. So many people watch it, but it's interesting. I know in our viewers, and you might find this yourself, that people are in either one of two camps. They either love the show or they can't stand it because they can't stand watching the video. Tell me about your success and what the show's like.
Well, I think it became successful because either people hate it or they love it, but either way, they're talking about it, right? So that's really what really drove the interest or, the popularity of the show. And I really think what's great about it is even if you have to look away at certain parts, there's such a wonderful story there. You really meet people that you kind of connect with because you see how we can change their lives in very positive ways. And so it's a really great feel-good story. It just really kind of starts with something that's a little bit maybe a little uncomfortable to watch or uncomfortable to see. But that's what's really great about it. I feel so lucky to be a part of it.
So many people watching right now either have a family member or a friend that has been affected by serious acne throughout some point of their lives. Can you maybe talk about some myths and misconceptions about acne?
Sure. I mean, I think greasy food, right? I'm sure like a mom has told a son, like, you stop eating that pizza because that's really just going to make your acne worse. Well, pizza only causes acne if you rub it all over your face because that's where you're getting oil on your skin. Eating pizza is not going to transfer to oil increasing in your skin. So that's one myth. Also, you need to wash your face more because your skin is just dirty and that's why you're getting acne. Well, actually, overwashing your face can make your acne much worse and make your skin really irritated and, even increase the risk for scarring and bleeding and things like that. So, I think what's really important is to get people understanding the root cause of acne, which is really due to our hormones. And in many ways, we can't really control that unless you really use some medications that are going to specifically help to lower those levels.
What about your gut? I hear a lot of doctors talk about your microbiome, your gut as maybe a source of some acne out there. Is that true?
I mean, I think that the microbiome and, people doing probiotics and prebiotics and postbiotics are all to try to increase the health of our gut and also potentially increase the health of our skin in many ways. And, there's a lot of new things that we're learning in that sort of arena. But it's just part of the whole process. And I think in general, if we feel healthy in general, our skin is going to look more healthy. We're going to feel good about ourselves.
If you had to maybe give 3 headlines of the best things for teenagers and adults to do in order to maintain a clean, healthy skin without acne, what would you tell them?
I would say make sure to address your skin if it is oily, because the oiliness is really what is a key promoter for acne. I would say for the health of your skin, make sure you wear sunscreen and protect it from sun damage or premature aging, skin cancer, that sort of thing. And the third is probably to smile and be happy, because happiness really, really makes us feel good and really makes your skin look better. And really, when you smile, you have fewer wrinkles too. So.
Quickly, where can people get more information from you with regards to the campaign that you're on and acne health overall?
Yes, there's a website, acnehormones.com.
Awesome. All right, Dr. Sandra Lee, Dr. Pimple Popper, thanks so much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your info.
Thank you.
Okay, we have heard a lot about the FTX founder charged in a scheme to defraud crypto investors. Federal prosecutors have alleged he intentionally deceived customers and investors to enrich himself and others while playing a central role in FTX's multi-billion-dollar scheme. We're talking about Sam Bankman-Fried, a Democrat super donor and the founder of XTX. What does this mean for investors? What does this mean for crypto investors? Is crypto dead? Well, let's bring in Alex McCurry. He is CEO of Solidity.io. Alex, is crypto investment dead? If not, why not?
Crypto investment is very much not dead. I think that what FTX is a prime example of lack of regulation in centralized exchanges, decentralized finance, crypto protocols. The type of technology that we're talking about here is very much so live and very much so unaffected by FTX. But unfortunately, scammers and fraudsters who are misappropriating funds are going to have a lot more difficulty now with stricter regulation.
So, Alex, tell me what Solidity.io is, first off. Do you deal with crypto investments all the time?
Yeah, so Solidity.io is a Web3 solutions firm. We build full stack software products on the blockchain. We also have a venture studio. So we're constantly building software solutions that are built around crypto and built around blockchain technology. So we see a lot of the sort of technology and the sort of strategies that are used across the industry. And so it gives us a lot of visibility to the types of things that, the types of mechanisms that are used in a positive way in the industry, and also the types of mechanisms that can be used in a very negative way. A good example of sort of the technology being used in a negative way, which I think is a good way to sum up what was done by SBF and by FTX, was with the creation of essentially manufactured fake tokens, and using those fake tokens, those manufactured tokens, and leveraging those against their balance sheet as collateral to essentially borrow and take user deposits. We've seen a lot of different tokens created over the last years. Thousands and thousands of tokens have been spun up. You can create an ERC20 token very, very easily if you'd like to create one. And essentially what SBF did is he leveraged FTX's name and FTX's ability to partner with other sort of protocols and technology startups to launch tokens that had inherently very little value or little to zero liquidity, and then use those tokens on their balance sheet to represent collateral for the user deposits that they were receiving in the centralized exchange, taking that real money out, that real Bitcoin, Ethereum, US dollar pegged assets as well, and taking those funds and misappropriating them and gambling with them.
Okay, so Alex, full disclosure, I do have some crypto investments, been looking at it, been investing, namely Bitcoin, Ethereum, a few others, and I see that it's taken a big hit over the last 12 to 18 months. So can you clear up for our viewers out there, what this collapse means of FTX? Does this really hurt investments long term? I mean, from a perspective of a crypto investor, when are we going to see those crypto investments creep back up again, if at all?
The crypto market is very difficult to predict. I think that it is going to be affected by the macroeconomic conditions. I think you're not able to necessarily predict when things are going to come back. And that's really the biggest sort of thing to remember. You're investing in technology, you're investing in the network, you're investing in these underlying protocols, and you're investing in the belief that digital assets and blockchain and privacy and sovereignty over your assets and the ability to transact across the globe instantly, securely, is technology that people will deem valuable over time, right? That is really the principal sort of basis of investing in digital assets, investing in Bitcoin, investing in Ethereum, investing in sort of those blue chip protocols. And so really your time horizon needs to be much longer. You need to be looking at Bitcoin. You need to be looking at these assets much more like an investment in the early days of the internet or in social media, really life-altering technologies that take time to mature, but ultimately have enough value and have enough potential to be adopted within the broader market to accrue massive amounts of value over time.
So let me ask you this, because you mentioned that it's very unpredictable right now of where the crypto market is going. I mean, wouldn't that scare investors right now? I mean, I don't want to invest in anything unpredictable. I mean, there's so many risks involved.
There's certainly risks, and it's certainly unpredictable in the near term, right? If you're talking about a short time horizon, then that's definitely something you need to consider. But if you're looking on a longer time horizon, you're looking at these assets over a long period of time and the value that they bring and the disruption that the technology brings to all of the different sectors that it really is changing, then that's really where you want to be looking if you're trying to accrue value over a longer period of time. So for myself and for others that I know that, their opinions that I respect, their strategy is accumulate these assets at whatever rate you're comfortable with, do it over time, do it while the market is do it when things like FTX happen, right? And the reason for that is because when you have companies like FTX, who are centralized exchanges, centralized authorities, who are basically just a prime example of misallocation of capital by investors and essentially poor management of capital, whether malicious or unintentional, those are not examples of deficiencies in the underlying technology whatsoever. Those are that's poor capital management, and that's fraud. And so that is actually a prime example of an opportunity to accumulate these assets at a discount because of broader concerns around the industry, but has no bearing or no underlying effects on Bitcoin or on the underlying technology.
So let me ask you this, Alex, before we let you go. What do you want people to know about crypto investments with regards to what happened at FTX going into 2023?
I think that crypto investments more broadly are really they're a risk class, they're a risk investment, but you're investing in the underlying technology of what you are what you believe in, right? And so you need to identify the opportunity within the technology. You need to be comfortable with the risk, and you need to understand why you're investing in it. And so education is really important. Understanding the underlying technology, the underlying principles of why you think it's going to be adopted, why you think it's going to be useful, is much more important than staring at the day-to-day price and looking at, sort of these high-profile news events. Stay focused on the technology, stay focused on the impact, stay focused on the market opportunity, and you'll be fine.
Okay, Alex McCurry of Solidity.io. We appreciate your time and appreciate the breakdown of crypto investments. Thanks very much. Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Region 1 Health is now offering inpatient what's called palliative care. That's Regional 1 Health offering palliative care. I'm not even sure if I'm saying it right. It's for patients with complex medical needs that focus on the whole person. It's designed for patients of all ages and all stages of a serious illness and condition. Let's bring in someone who knows a lot of what we're talking about here, who's in charge of it at Regional 1 Health. That's Jeffrey Nelson there. He's the director of palliative care and assistant professor at UT Health Science Center. Dr. Nelson, am I saying it right?
It is such a hard word to say. I wish we could brand it differently, but you're right on. Palliative care.
Okay, palliative care. What is it?
Besides being a hard word to say, it's a newer medical specialty, and what we focus on really is quality of life oriented care for people that have advanced chronic illness, people with terminal illness oftentimes. And in the hospital, what we do a lot is we help translate these big life-changing things that have happened acutely so that families and patients are able to decide on what care they want as well as possible.
Okay, so give me an example of when palliative care would be in use. Is it, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, maybe someone with stage 4 cancer or something like that?
Sure, and I think as you introduced it, we oftentimes thought of when it's stage 4 and we think, oh no, someone is terminal, but we can be brought in much earlier. We can be brought in at diagnosis. So for instance, we recently have a patient who was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. They were having an exquisite amount of pain after surgery and some chemotherapy. They're in the very beginning process of treatment. It is a localized cancer, but we're brought in to help treat that pain, to help them feel as well as possible so they can be functional and get more treatment. So that's one aspect of it. I think we really understand the cancer care part of it. Some other things that happen in the hospital, especially Regional 1 being the level 1 trauma center, is when people have that life-defining traumatic event, be it a car wreck or some other accident, the family oftentimes can be almost overwhelmed by the amount of care and care options there are. And our job in those situations is we don't have to worry about doing the surgery like the other specialties do. We get to focus solely on helping the family filter the information and understand the message and really know what their loved one is facing.
So let me ask you this, doctor. I mean, what's the difference between palliative care and hospice care?
Thank you for asking this. There, in my mind, is a big difference. So hospice care is really defined by a philosophy of knowing myself or my loved one has an illness that medicine is unable to cure, and that they will die from this illness. I am accepting of this process as much as I can be. I want to spend the time I have with my family out of the hospital, pain-free and as dignified as possible. With hospice care, you usually don't see the providers you were seeing before. You don't continue getting treatment for cancer, for instance. You try not to return to the hospital. You try to get all of your care in your most comfortable location, if that's home or some other facility. With palliative care, we are in addition to all standard care. So we're in addition to your cancer doctor, we're in addition to your surgeons, in addition to your neurologist. We're trying to provide an extra layer of care and support as you get full treatment.
Give me a sense of some of the studies on palliative care. I mean, who can benefit from palliative care? Tell me about Regional One's designated palliative care section that you're a part of, the director.
Sure, absolutely. First, with the studies, a little over a decade ago, one of the studies that put us on the map was looking at people with a type of lung cancer, and it found that those patients that got regular cancer care plus palliative care lived about a third longer than patients that didn't get palliative care. And so we've seen that in some disease states, people can actually live longer with this type of quality-focused care in addition to standard care. Across most diseases and with most patients, we find benefits in quality of life, less severity of pain, more satisfaction with care, and less instances of depression and anxiety and things that go along with advanced illness. And then the second part of the question, Regional One, it's been really fun to be part of this process and this journey as we get started here. It began some time ago in talks with Community Foundation of Greater Memphis. They actually were interested in helping us prop up this program, and they have donated a very generous sum of money to get this program going at Regional One. So we've been hand in hand with them as community partners from the beginning. And at Regional One, being the trauma center, it's sort of an interesting, novel way of doing palliative care. Our focus has been on the trauma patients, trauma ICU especially at first, and now we're expanding into their growing cancer program, and then expanding to the rest of the hospital, even including the neonatal ICU to help sick patients there. With the help from Community Foundation and the funding, we're going to be able to grow the program rather quickly. And our next steps will be to move out of the hospital to the community. So I'll be able to have an outpatient clinic very soon. And then we will even be able to start home-based palliative care that will be part of Regional One's care network very soon in the next few months.
Dr. Nelson, anything else you want to mention with regards to this this new unit? It sounds like it's a new unit, and anything else you want to let our viewers know about the palliative care center at Regional One?
I think that it is a new unit. We started July 11th. I think the thing to know is that as we get going in the community, it's going to be open to anybody that feels that they or their family member could use this type of supportive care. Don't be scared if palliative care comes to see you. We really are here to help. I'm glad to be a part of this wonderful community here at Regional One.
Okay, Dr. Jeffrey Nelson with Regional One Care, also professor at UT Health Science Center. Appreciate you educating us about this palliative care unit at Regional One. Thanks very much. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. I love this opportunity.
There is a new study out there that really kind of shows the benefits of walking. No surprise, 10,000 steps a day. So many people have those trackers. They try to get those 10,000 steps a day. It can reduce the risk of cancer, according to this new study, heart disease, and early death. And to add to that, lowering the risk of dementia by 50%. And if you can't make 10,000 steps, walking just less than half of that lowers the risk of dementia by 25%. Amazing stuff from this new study out there. Let's bring in Dr. Alicia Jones to explain more of the benefits of walking. Dr. Jones, great to see you again. Let's talk about this, because we have this new study out here, and we always hear, okay, you got to get 10,000 steps a day and all this stuff. But you don't even need to get 10,000 steps in order to really kind of benefit from walking, right?
Right, that's true. And that's exactly what, this study just was able to prove, even like, as you said, getting even less than half of that can be proved to be quite beneficial for people.
So let's talk about some of the common benefits.
So some of them you touched on, but overall, I mean, walking is going to be good just for general health, but it can help lower blood pressure, lower blood sugar, lower cholesterol. It can certainly help with an energy boost, or even help people sleep better at night.
My wife and I, we've seen something where if you walk after dinner, you just walk for a little bit after dinner, maybe 30 minutes or so, it dramatically reduces blood sugar levels and does a number on all kinds of health benefits.
Absolutely.
What do you recommend that to your patients, that you just kind of walk 30 minutes a day at least?
I do. And, I even say, especially for those that have not been physically active for a very long time, you can start out with half of that or start out with 20 minutes. And it doesn't have to be, at this race-like pace. You want to do something that, yes, is going to be able to get the blood flowing, get your heart pumping, but you want to be able to sustain that, at a safe pace. For an extended period of time. And you're going to just have to work your way up to being able to go for 30 minutes or go for an hour or an hour and a half, depending on what the goal is.
Something I found interesting, Dr. Jones, about this study was talking about how walking influences the risk of dementia. Can you comment a little bit about that? Because dementia is something that a lot of older people unfortunately come down with, and a lot of times it'll turn into Alzheimer's, and it's just a mess.
Right. So, dementia is an illness that can affect, right now it affects over 55 million people worldwide, but, dementia is this umbrella term, right? Kind of similar to heart disease. Alzheimer's disease is what falls underneath that umbrella. It's the leading cause of dementia. And what this study, found was just that, with walking, you can certainly reduce your risk of developing dementia. And it doesn't have to be long amounts of walking. It doesn't have to be, this strenuous amount of walking, but it's something that, is easily obtainable, something that's easily obtainable for people to do. And they found that it was able to, reduce their risk by 50% if they were able to keep it up for, I believe it said, about 7 years.
That's incredible. And, that's one of my worries. I mean, my dad has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and so we're, my family's taking care of him. And so, I've been reading a ton about, that disease, and anything that can help brain and cognitive functions, I'm all for. And it just sounds like, if you take care of yourself and you just keep moving, no matter what it is, even if it's just walking, exactly, is so beneficial. And it looks like it's even more beneficial. Well, I guess women are more common to come down with dementia, so it would help them more, right?
Right. Yes. No, dementia is something that affects women more so than it does men. But yes, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Just get up and start moving. That's going to be the number one thing that you can do. But, in addition to moving, you also have to remember, okay, there's a lifestyle in terms of, dietary and social habits that go along with that. So you want to make sure that you're eating the right foods, you're getting enough sleep. In terms of alcohol consumption, there's moderate to minimal alcohol consumption, and of course, no smoking. All of those things coupled together with walking, will significantly reduce the risk of developing dementia.
What are some of the other ways that we can keep our brain sharp? Because, again, a lot of people, worried about, those kind of cognitive functions.
Mm-hmm. I often encourage a lot of my patients to get into stimulating brain games. Some of them like to do Sudokus. And it was one of the puzzles that my grandmother loved to do was those type of puzzles, but crossword puzzles, any type of brain stimulation that's going to cause you it requires problem solving or puzzle solving. Any of those things are going to be good to do. But just, social interaction is also good for your mental health as well. So getting involved with different organizations or community groups or just volunteering, that can be quite helpful.
So when I'm on my phone, sometimes, we kind of get bored. We'll play a game or whatever, and I'll get these advertisements for these games. Oh, improve your brain activity. Be a genius if you download this game right now. And I'm like, is this for real? I mean, are there certain games that we can play on our phone that actually will help our cognitive function, or is this just, a scam?
No, I mean, some of it, of course, yes, I'm sure you'd have to take with a grain of salt. But, if if you get, into the App Store, for example, and you are searching for puzzle games or brain stimulating games, I mean, you can certainly look at the reviews of what was, written about that particular app or that particular game. And that may help kind of better guide your decision making in terms of which one you decide to add onto your phone.
Yeah, because it's like, hey, be the next Einstein, download this game. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to. Okay, so is there anything else you'd like to mention with regards to this new study, walking benefits and cognitive function, dementia, that sort of thing?
I just want to, again, reiterate that, you don't have to start at, okay, today I'm going to get out, I'm going to walk 10,000 steps. I mean, yes, that's the ultimate goal essentially, but, just start off where you can and work your way up. And there's nothing wrong with taking your time to work your way up. I also encourage my patients, if you don't feel that it's, a safe place to walk because it's a busy area where you're living, then you can always go into the mall and walk around in the mall for an extended period of time, and that's still getting steps in. That still counts. You just want to make sure that hopefully, if you're able to, you can track your steps so you know how many that you're taking in a day, but that you're most importantly getting your heart rate up and you're feeling like you're working towards that goal.
Walking inside a mall sounds really good on a day where there's triple-digit heat today.
That's also true.
Yeah, that sounds great. Dr. Alicia Jones, always enjoy our conversations. Thanks for keeping it real with us and explaining everything. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. September is World Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and a lot of times when you have a parent that has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it doesn't just affect them. It affects the entire family. It affects the caregivers. It affects the entire network. And a lot of times there is that feeling of loneliness that comes with it. Well, now there is an online support group that is trying to help that. It's called Parenting Aging Parents. And I'm joined now by the founders, the co-founders of this online support community, Kim and Mike Barnes. They are joining us there from Texas, right? Good morning to you both.
Yes.
That's right. We're in Austin, but the issues are worldwide.
Yes, no question about it. Good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. I have an aging parent. I have a father who was diagnosed with Alzheimer's several years ago. So this is right in my wheelhouse. I know exactly what you guys are going through. Tell me about the idea of this online support community and why it was important for you both to discover this and ignite this and really kind of make sure that everyone knows about it.
Well, it came about because of my mom having Alzheimer's and going through all of that, which, as you know, is not a very fun thing to do. But as my mom's Alzheimer's got worse and worse and worse, we talked to my dad, my sister and I did, about having to move her to memory care because things were getting so bad. And my dad said, that's fine. Y'all are in charge. So we went and looked at 4 memory care places pretty close to where they lived. And we felt so overwhelmed. We had no idea what questions to ask, what to look for, what the red flags might be. So we were very, very, very overwhelmed.
And when he came home from that trip, he said, I feel like if we were really prepared with all the legal and financial and all of those documents and information that you feel like is the important stuff that you need to have, which it is important to have, yet he said, if we felt that overwhelmed and felt prepared, I can't imagine how most people feel. And during that time, we were also going through challenges with my mom, who lives in a different city than we are and has been diagnosed with mixed dementia. And just, we've had had to take the checkbook away, and we've had to we had to sort of get her not to quit, not to drive anymore. And so all of those things. And so when Mike said, I feel like we should help people, the easiest thing we thought to do would be, let's start an online community, a free private Facebook group to bring people together, because you can often feel like, surely I'm the only person doing this. And then you realize once you start asking around, everybody is, but just nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. And so here is this online place for support for that family, those caregivers out there. When people go to this site, and go ahead and give us the web address or where people can find this group, what can they find in addition to that support?
Well, the website is parentingagingparents.com. And on the website, we have more than 50 interviews with experts, with lawyers, with doctors, with insurance people about Medicare, Medicaid, all kinds of things, because there's so much information out there that you just have no idea what it is. And when you're the young adult or the older adult caregiver of an aging parent, the adult child of a caregiver, you don't know what to look for, what questions to ask, what's available out there. So that helps that. But we also figured out very quickly that so many people in this type of condition, this state of their life, feel so alone, because it's not something that you bring up with people. You don't go to your neighbors or go to a party or go to work and say, yeah, I'm not doing too well with Alzheimer's. How are you doing today? It just doesn't go that way.
So the on the website, you'll find all those interviews, and then also a button that leads right to joining the Facebook group if they're interested. And within that group, you just see people supporting and helping each other, giving insight and sharing experiences. Because if there's one thing that I've learned from my mom getting scammed multiple times, that I can tell somebody else to help them either figure out what to do when that happens or prevent it, that's awesome. I love being able to do that, because as I mentioned, we don't talk about it, and we can't help each other if we don't talk about it. So it really just brings people together to have that safe place to be able to say, I don't know what to do. Here's the situation, or that kind of thing, to really feel supported and feel like you have others that can appreciate and understand what you're going through.
Those scammers out there that call, I want to like reach out across the phone, into the phone, and just strangle them. It is so frustrating how they prey on some of these older Americans out there. Tell me, when you are kind of looking and set up this site, parentingagingparents.com, what are some of the biggest questions that you guys get on the site?
Oh gosh, I think it's everything from my mom doesn't want to or dad doesn't want to quit driving. What should we do? My parent doesn't want to admit that there's a problem, or that they are having memory challenges or other physical challenges, and they don't want to potentially leave home, or even if they want to stay at home, they don't want to bring in care.
Yeah. Or many times it's a case of, or mom and dad are getting so old that they really can't handle things themselves anymore, but I don't have a power of attorney. I don't know what to do. Is it too late? They have a little bit of dementia. What's going to happen there? There are so many questions out there. And luckily there's so many people in the group that different people and different providers are also part of the group that are able to give a little bit of advice and help people out.
How many people do you have on that site, and is there any kind of fee, or can people just join for free?
Yeah.
It's a free Facebook group. We have about 30, we're getting up close to 4,000 people from all around the country, and even a few from around the world. But because I think that, while state by state, some of the legal things might be a little bit different, Medicaid may operate just a little bit different. But when it comes to especially the emotional support, so many of those challenges are the same, whether it's, I had a really tough relationship with my parent growing up, and now that I'm trying to help take care of it, that brings all of those frustrations and difficulties back. Maybe it's the siblings are having a challenge getting along or deciding what's the best thing for our parents. And so I think that it's how do we bring people together? But yeah, we want to be able to keep that Facebook group free, and so that that anybody who needs it is available to help.
Yeah, because it's a great place to vent. And that's the biggest thing I think that I've seen that kind of surprised me in some ways, because I have Kim to be able to vent to at times if I run into something. But there's so many things that you run into as an adult child of an aging parent, especially one with Alzheimer's. So a recent time when I went to visit my mom, the first thing that came out of her mouth was, "I don't recognize you." And the second thing that came out of her mouth was, "Are you my brother?" And then the third thing that came out of her mouth was, "Why are you here?" And that's not fun. I'm her only son. She's the only mom I've ever had. So, when something like that happens, it hurts. It's not fun to deal with, but this gives you a platform, a community to be able to express yourself and say how it feels to you and get the support that you need.
And sometimes makes you, and this is maybe isn't the right way to say, but it makes you feel like you're not crazy, that you're not that you don't think the feelings that I'm having, the guilt that I'm feeling, the love I'm feeling. I mean, all of those, the gamut of emotions that you realize that that's normal and that other people are having those same experiences too.
Thank you so much for setting this up because I think this is a wonderful resource for so many people that have older parents that are going through this or perhaps just been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. In fact, if you were reaching out right now and you knew that someone just had their older parent diagnosed with Alzheimer's, is there a top 3 checklist that you would tell somebody, or top 5 checklists that you would tell them right now, here's what you have to do in order to just kind of, you got the diagnosis, here are the 3 to 5 things you need to do right now? What would you tell them?
I'd say, depending on how far along they are, make sure you've got all your legal documentation in place, because once they progress to a point where they're not competent to be able to make decisions and you don't already have that power of attorney and some of that other legal documents in place, it's too late.
Yeah.
So making sure you have as much of that that you can.
Figure things out about housing. As far as what were their wishes or what are their wishes? Do they want to stay in their home? Can they afford to go to memory care or assisted living or independent living? What's the situation with housing to make things easier there?
And then I think educating yourself just as what to expect, because Alzheimer's or other dementias are not necessarily, it's not an overnight thing generally. And so there's going to be time to be able to prepare a little bit and know what to expect and be able to find those people that can support you as you're going along the way. Mike has a friend whose parent is one stage ahead. And so he's been a great resource for Mike to be able to kind of know what to know what's coming next. And, within our group, we have so many people. I think dementia in general, which is, as we've learned, is just one type. Alzheimer's is just one type of dementia. But the most common type is that there's, no matter what the physical or mental or cognitive challenge is, we all need that support.
Yeah.
Well, Kim and Mike Barnes, we appreciate you and we appreciate everything that you're doing. ParentingAgingParents.com. Thanks so very much for not only creating this site, this online resource for everyone, but also giving some tips and some friendly reminders for everyone out there that's going through that. God bless you both. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to go now to one of our friends who gives us such great knowledge when it comes to getting a job, looking at the job market, resume help. Angela Copeland, she's vice president of Recruiter.com. Angela, good morning. How are you?
Hey, thank you for having me.
No, I appreciate you making time for us because it is such a workers market out there. Employees really have a lot of options right now beginning in 2022. And we want to talk about resumes and the best way to let your resume kind of speak for yourself, stand out, and some of the mistakes that people make out there. But let's begin with making that resume stand out, Angela.
Well, this is such an exciting time to be looking for a job, but the thing that you need first is you need a resume. So even if you don't need a job today, but you're thinking sometime in the next few months, get started and have one ready. I think that is the first mistake that people make, is that they wait until someone says to me, email me your resume, and then they've got to start from scratch. And it's just like a total panic trying to get it together.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, no question. And so once you get that resume developed, what are some ways, I guess, that you could enhance that resume?
Sure, absolutely. I think the very first thing is you should do the resume yourself. Very often people want to hire someone to write their resume for them. It's a very attractive option, right? Because it's kind of a pain. You're shoving years of experience into 1 or 2 pages, and that's what I would suggest is 1 whole page or 2 whole pages. But I've noticed that when people hire out their resume writing, sometimes there will be errors in it. So you really want to write your own resume. You want to pay very specific attention to things like spelling, because if you do have spelling errors, there's a chance they will just kick you right out. I would also think about the fact that a lot of hiring managers or HR professionals, they will read what is at the top of the first page first. And so really focus your energy on making that portion of your resume look good. Also, if there's a particular job you're applying to, closely read the job description and make sure that anything that's mentioned in the job description that you know how to do is also included in your resume. So the words that are in your resume are just as important as the actual sort of format and look and feel. I mean, it's like you wouldn't show up to an interview in shorts and flip-flops the same way that you want your resume to actually look polished and like you've put some work into it.
What are your thoughts, Angela, on cover letters?
You know, this is such an interesting question. It's very controversial. A lot of people want to say that cover letters are no longer a thing. But I will tell you, when you're applying for a job, if there are two equally qualified candidates, of course, they're both going to have a resume. And if one has a cover letter, that one will be given special treatment. And in other words, you know, the cover letter is a chance to really explain why you're a good fit for the job. And that's your chance to sell yourself, because when a hiring manager or a recruiter read through your resume, they're sort of figuring out why you're a good fit. Like they're having to piece it together. But the cover letter is your chance to really explain it to them. So I would take the time to do a cover letter. You want to explain why you're interested in the job, why you're a good fit, and do summarize some of your background. So you will be repeating some of the things that are on your resume on your cover letter.
Yeah, great advice there. Are there, and you mentioned, you know, making sure that you do the resume yourself so you get a nice, accurate depiction for that prospective employer. Are there any structures out there, you know, Word, do they have any advantages when it comes to building that resume? Is there any place you can go to really kind of use, I don't know, some software?
It's a good question. So the way that your resume looks, I really think it depends on the industry that you work in. If you work in a traditional industry like engineering, I would go with a much more straightforward look to your resume, like a more old-fashioned look. If you work in sort of a hip industry like marketing or possibly sales, I would look for something that's more stylized. So Microsoft Word does have templates. Interestingly enough, the website Etsy.com also sells resume templates that are really quite stylized and nice if you're working in marketing, for example. So there are places that you can look for these stylized, you know, resume formats, but I would not use them unless you're working in an industry that is especially sort of hip and cool.
So on one of the websites, and you know, I'm just looking here, my producer and I were checking this out, it mentioned something about the possibility of maybe adding hobbies or interests in a section on your resume, just to kind of, you know, go with that work culture that a lot of corporations and a lot of different offices are going towards. What are your thoughts on maybe putting interests and hobbies on that resume?
It's a good question. You know, there have been times in my own career where I have included hobbies and interests, and there have been times where I've absolutely left them off. So I would say it really is a case-by-case basis. I would think about why you're adding them. So for me, I started out, my undergrad is computer and systems engineering. I started out as a computer programmer. And when I was trying to get employers to see me as more than someone who writes computer code, I started including hobbies. But of course, I picked hobbies that were interesting, like travel, that could get a conversation going. Another potential place to include hobbies is if you're looking to transition away from your current industry, and if in some way your hobby aligns to the industry that you want to move into. So it's both really, am I trying to get an employer to just see me differently, or am I trying to get an employer to understand how I might fit into their industry?
Excellent, excellent. Now, there's something else when it comes to follow-up, because a lot of us, you know, want to hear right back, right away, on demand. What's the employer? Are they interested? What do they think of this? What are your guidelines for following up after you send your resume?
You know, that's a good question. I would say if you know who to contact, feel free to send them an email. Or if you've had an interview, send them a thank you email afterward. And, every, say, 2 weeks or so, it's appropriate to send a follow-up email. I would not send too many because you may be sort of labeled as sort of difficult or annoying, but you do need to get an answer. I would say don't assume that you will get a job, no matter how qualified you are for it. If you really need a new job, keep looking until a company actually gives you an offer, because anything could happen. Like, for example, they could put the position on hold completely, or the hiring manager could leave the company and they could decide not to hire the position, or they could decide to hire in the future. So just keep looking until you actually have a job offer in hand.
Okay, let's talk now about some of the mistakes that people make on those resumes. We've talked about the enhancements, now things that are completely wrong.
There are a number of things that people can really work on their resumes. One of the big ones I would say is look at the email address that you're using on your resume. So a lot of folks like to use email addresses like AOL. And what that communicates to the employer is that you're a bit out of date in terms of technology, and you don't want that being the thing that you're communicating. So look for something like a Gmail email address that would be a good fit. You also, when it comes to email address, you want to use an email address that is related to your name. So not a hobby, not like horseback rider at AOL.com. And you also don't want to include anything in that email address that is an indication of your age. So many people will put their birth year in their email address or the year they graduated from high school. You want to steer clear of any of that information. I would leave off a photo. Do not include a photo of yourself on your resume. That is done in some countries, but in the US, people do not include photos on their resume. It's an unusual thing to do. So those are a couple of areas that I would start with. Again, keeping things honest and consistent. So look for errors that are spelling errors, but also make sure that you're not fibbing, because it could get back to your previous employer, and that's not how you want to start out with any new job.
Okay, so we got the resume all situated, all nice and pretty for everybody. Then you have to do something about your social media, right? Because a lot of times when we'll hear somebody or we'll meet somebody, they'll immediately go and see if they can find them on social media, and you want to make sure that's legitimate, right?
Well, so yes, it's interesting because, 20 years ago, this was sort of a non-issue, but we've all been posting for the last so many years on Facebook, for example. And so there's a huge history of information available about us on the internet. If you are starting to launch a real job search and you're starting to have interviews, I would go in and at a bare minimum, I'd look at your privacy settings. Look and see what could someone see on your Facebook, on your Twitter, on your Instagram if they were not friends with you. Because you want to be sure that anything public really represents the brand that you're putting forward in the job interview. I do think this is a real issue. Many times you talk to job seekers and they assume that a company would never Google you and would never look things up about you, but they do. They really do. So you want to do it first and make sure that what's out there really represents you in the best way possible.
Okay, Angela, all great advice.
I'm not sure I
very
understand.
effective here. Can we, anything else you want to mention before we let you go regarding resumes, do's, don'ts, anything?
I think the biggest thing is get started now. This is such an exciting time to be looking for a job, as you mentioned. And the last thing you want is to really be caught behind the 8 ball, so to speak. So update your resume. Keep things quiet, but ask a close friend to proofread your resume for you, because they will find errors that you may have missed.
All right, Angela Copeland, Vice President, Recruiter.com. Great advice. We appreciate it very much. And thanks so much. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. It's a Monday. It is May 8th, and it feels like summer. You know that song Weezer, Feels Like Summer? That's what it feels like here in Midtown Memphis. A lot of cloud cover, very humid outside. Temperatures, as you can see, they're already in the 70s. There's a shot from our downtown High Five camera. And it's looking really nice there. Very nice as we get going on a Monday morning, get going to the work week here. Let's talk about the rest of the day, the week, and next weekend, because it's Monday, but we're still always thinking about the weekend. We got meteorologist Spencer Denton with your forecast.
We're in store for some clouds, some sunshine, and maybe a small chance for a downpour later this afternoon, but it's going to heat up out there. 87 degrees, warm and muggy, but a southwest breeze, 10 to 15, some gusts up to 20 or 25 miles per hour at times. Let's talk about the tricky weather pattern that's in place, because it's going to linger with us much of this week. We have a warm and muggy air mass through the afternoon. There could be clusters of storms that pop up. Really, it's going to be hard to pinpoint where those pop up and when they will move through, but there could be some that move through tonight since this front's going to kind of linger across the area. Then as we go through the rest of the week, the front is nearby, and it's going to keep that chance of a shower or storm, but many areas could still end up staying dry for much of the week as well. Here's a look at the winds today, up to around 20 or 25 at times, so the breeze will make it feel a little bit better out there, but look at these temperatures, upper 80s, Covington, Ripley, Dyersburg, 87 in Bolivar. Again, upper 80s to near 90 in some areas. Places like Tunica, Clarksdale, Marks, Mississippi, Oxford around 86. Again, a mostly cloudy sky. There could be some sun peeking out at times. Upper 80s for much of eastern Arkansas as well. Here's the caveat, though. We do have a chance for a few strong storms later tonight, and this is a very small chance. I think the bigger chance will be to our north. There's a slight risk for the northern half of the Mid-South, so this is northeast Arkansas into northwest Tennessee. Gusty wind would be the main threat with any of these storms that are going to try to sink south either this afternoon or tonight. Now, here's a look at Futurecast, and again, it shows a pop-up shower or storm this afternoon, and really trying to tell where these storms are going to pop up. Very, very difficult in this pattern. The forecast models are all over the place with the placement and the timing, but this one is showing the potential for a round of storms with some wind on the leading edge as it dives south through the overnight and into the early morning hours, and then it kind of falls apart as we go into tomorrow morning, and then we end up with the same thing we're seeing today, some clouds, some sunshine, and some warm temperatures. Check out the First Alert 7-day forecast. And those temperatures stay above average. Our average is around 80 this time of the year. Lows at night will be in the upper 60s to near 70. It will be a little less humid, I think, for the middle of the week as that front tries to dip just to our south. But then the humidity levels may go back up, and rain chances, they're small, but they stick around through the weekend. Keep the rain gear handy just in case, but know that much of the day each day will end up being dry.
Okay, I want to get into some of the news here that I want to tell you about. A road rage arrest here. I want to show you this. This is 34-year-old Leo Jones. Investigators say he shot at a person's car on South Parkway in a road rage incident. And shattered their rear passenger window. And investigators say he did it while he had 3 children in the back seat of his car, a 3-year-old, an 8-year-old, and 11-year-old. He is facing charges of child abuse and attempted second-degree murder charges. I also want to tell you about this man here. This is Romerick Humphrey. The charges against him have been dismissed. He was charged in that shooting at a Midtown Memphis lounge, the Crew Lounge, back on March 28th. He was charged with 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Investigators say he was kicked out of the club on Madison and then returned with an AR-15. But according to court documents, the charges have been dismissed due to a lack of prosecution in the case. Let's talk about tickets to the 901 FC's upcoming match on May 13th. This will benefit relief efforts for Wynn, Arkansas's high school soccer programs. You hear about this? The Wynn community, of course, we know the high school and athletic facilities were devastated by an EF3 tornado back on March 31st. You can see some of our drone video here. Now the tickets to 901 FC's upcoming match on May 13th will go towards the programs for both the boys and girls soccer teams. What you need to do is use the code WYNN, so that's WYNNE. When you buy your tickets to the game, $5 will be put towards the boys and girls soccer teams in Wynn, Arkansas. And also, the president of 901 FC, Craig Unger, said it's important for the school and the students to return to normal life here. We want to help restore the program. This is, again, something that they were talking about. There's the quote there from Craig Unger. So want to get back, though, to the relief efforts. You remember, you can still help with cleanup and recovery efforts from the storms all across the Mid-South. You remember we had deadly storms in Arkansas, Mississippi, and in West Tennessee. All you have to do is text the word storm to 51555 or visit gray.TV/relief. You see it there in order to donate. Weeks after a tornado changed the lives of hundreds of people in Covington, the city's tornado disaster donation sites finally closed. The nation site at Cobb Park Memorial Park opened just hours after the tornado hit Tipton County. Volunteers jumped into action. They brought bottled water, non-perishable items, other emergency items for hundreds of people dealing with that damage. The site's closed, but you could still call the command center for donated items. That number is 901-623-5443. All right, let's talk about the 2023 Beale Street Music Festival, finally in the books. Action News 5's Walter Murphy has a recap.
Well, Beale Street Music Festival is by far one of the greatest weekends in the Bluff City, and having it back here on the riverfront was icing on the cake this year. But this is just the opening weekend of a months-long celebration known as Memphis in May. Beale Street Music Fest! Beale Street Music Festival 2023 gets a clear 10 out of 10 with music lovers.
Greta Van Fleet, awesome, top tier.
Jasmine Sullivan. I'm excited to see Robert Plant tonight.
The people that didn't buy tickets and come are going to be upset because they were not here this weekend.
But for the thousands of people who did come out, music was the main character. But playing second fiddle was the return to Tom Lee Park and the gorgeous renovations that have been done since 2019.
I'm glad it's back on the river. I'm glad the river's back, the park is back, everything's back. Music Fest is back.
The one near the Liberty Bowl is okay. Don't get me wrong, it was great, but Tom Lee Park is the best.
And Tom Lee Park will see another crowd favorite return when the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest starts here in just 2 weeks.
You can plan, but there's nothing like experience. So now that we're here, we've seen the way things move and what the actual reality of things are. You know, you can make your adjustments from there.
Even though people might be a little sad that Music Fest is wrapping up until next year, they're ready for everything else that Memphis in May has to offer.
A shout out to Sauced by Noon, best tent and barbecue fest, Sauced by Noon.
Yeah, if you're not in Memphis in May, then where are you at?
Yeah, I'll be back.
And as soon as these acts wrap up, they're going to start breaking down these stages to get ready for Barbecue Fest, and that begins on May 17th. Reporting downtown, Walter Murphy, Action News 5.
And let's talk about this. There's still time to register for another Memphis in May event. We're talking about the 2023 Great American River Run, which is on Memorial Day weekend this year. Organizers added a 10K and a 5K race. You can get a discount on your registration fees if you register by May 16th. The races kick off on Saturday, May 27th. All right, so let's talk about Blytheville, Arkansas right now. Grab their popcorn, getting ready for a new addition to their area. Did you see this? For more than 20 years, the Ritz Civic Center has been showing movies that are new releases. The addition started Friday, ran through the weekend with Guardians of the Galaxy 3. The theater is planning to have new movie release each month moving forward. I love this next story here. Longtime employee of a fast food restaurant in West Memphis, Arkansas, received flowers before she retired. Loretta Neely has been on the job for more than 40 years, and her hard work is being recognized. Action News 5's Cindy Gray reports.
Loretta Neely the Drive and Passion Award. No one wins the prize.
It makes you feel good when other folks appreciate you.
And for over 40 years, so many people have come to appreciate and love Loretta Neely. She's been working at the KFC in West Memphis for decades.
Well, I started off, you would know, chopping cotton. And I prayed and asked the Lord to give me a job. And I promised him I was going to stay at it. So I ended up got a blessing, two blessings. I got this job and got married the same year.
Neely says she's seen a lot of change over the years, but her passion for serving others is what's kept her on the job so long.
My peoples coming in. I like working with peoples. I like developing people, making sure that they be successful, along with me being successful.
So when her managers and corporate got word that Miss Neely was thinking about retirement, they wasted no time honoring her.
Loretta, I said, what does Loretta exemplify? All I kept hearing was passion. They talked about her work ethic, that she never complains, that she just has the drive to get it done.
I feel like I was a true blessing to them. If it touches my heart.
Whether she's taking orders, cooking, or guiding new employees, Neely says it's all about taking pride in your work. And while she's in no rush to leave behind her work family, Neely says there are a few things she's looking forward to when it comes to retirement.
Traveling, spending time with my grandkids, and time with my church family and my husband.
Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
All right, if you have an at-home COVID test, listen to this. The FDA is warning some of it should be thrown out due to a possible bacterial contamination in the liquid solution. So the warning involves certain lots of SD Biosensors pilot COVID tests at home, which have been recalled. They say roughly 500,000 were issued at CVS and 16,000 at Amazon. If you have one, throw it out. Don't pour the liquid down the drain. The entire list of recalled lot numbers are on the FDA's website. Drug maker Eli Lilly says it's making a major breakthrough in the treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Great news here, planning to submit its drug for FDA approval next month. In a clinical trial, the company's medicine, Donabutab, found progression showed slowed 35% over the course of 18 months. The drug is an antibody that's injected into the blood after it travels to the brain. It finds and binds to the plaques linked to Alzheimer's. The body then's own immune system clears away that plaque. Great news there. A new study found people who routinely use the internet are less likely to develop dementia. Researchers tracked 18,000 adults between the ages of 50 and 65 over an 8-year period. None of them had dementia when the study began. By the end of it, those who routinely went online, about half were likely to develop dementia. According to the study, the sweet spot's about 2 hours or less a day. Okay, May is Mental Health Month. How is your mental health these days? There's always some form of news out there that addresses mental health, especially coming out of the pandemic here, 3 years since the pandemic began. We're always focused a lot more on mental health. In fact, Mental Health America, which is the nation's leading community-based nonprofit, has dedicated to addressing the needs of those living with mental illness and is encouraging everyone to consider how the world around them affects their mental health, from their neighbors to genetics. Let's talk more about this with the president and CEO of Mental Health America. Schroeder Stribling is joining us on the digital desk. I appreciate you joining us and telling us what apparently you have some data when it comes to mental health in 2022. Really interested in hearing some of your data. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me, and thanks for highlighting this month. So you're correct, May is Mental Health Month. This is a tradition that was started by Mental Health America in 1949, and we look at this as a really great annual reminder and opportunity to check in on our mental health and the mental health and well-being of our loved ones, our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. And in conjunction with the start of Mental Health Month, we have released a report today that talks about the data from our National Prevention and Screening Program, which was launched in 2014. So about 6.3 million people came to take a self-test and check in on their mental health in 2022. And the results that we got were concerning, especially with regard to youth. They're consistent with what we've seen before, but they really tell us a great deal about who's in the most distress, and they draw our attention especially to folks who are 24 years and younger.
Schroeder, I have two older teenagers, and they constantly tell me a couple of things. They tell me that social media and the phone devices, smartphones, whatever, tablets, they seem to be, when it comes to mental health issues and things that distract or hurt their mental health, those two issues, social media and screens or devices like an iPhone or any kind of smartphone, really hurt. Based upon your research and whether it's this survey and others, is that what you're seeing?
You are absolutely right that there's a lot of conversation about what is the role of social media in the youth mental health crisis. And no doubt there is a correlation. And so I think your kids are right, and they're insightful to know that the social media and technology is having an effect on their mental health. One of the things that we do know is that about, as I mentioned, about 3/4 of those 6.3 million screeners were youth. And the most popular screen that people take is for depression. Anxiety comes next. And about half of the youth who took a screen for depression reported that they were having frequent thoughts of suicide. So that gives us a sense of the degree of the problem. And then when you ask people, what are the reasons for their distress? The three most popular answers given, and remember this is largely from young people, are concerns about body image, self-image, and relationships. And when we think about social media, certainly those issues of body image and self-image and relationships are all impacted by social media, which is mediating a lot of those relationships and which is giving youth a lot of sometimes distressing feedback about their self-image or their self-worth or their body image. So I think it is definitely one of the contributing factors and something for us to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a major contributing factor for sure. It's really interesting to hear some of that data coming from your screening data, Mental Health America. I understand that housing stability and home environment also plays a pretty large part of our mental health role. Explain that to me.
Yes, so each year we choose a theme for Mental Health Month. And this year, our theme is Look Around and Look Within. So in addition to this being a reminder for folks to check in on their own mental health, it's a reminder to think about how the natural and built environments around us are affecting our mental health. Now, there are some things that we have greater control over than others. Housing stability, sometimes we have greater control over that, but safety in the home, health in the home, where we can make positive changes, we want to encourage people to do that. So as we do every year for Mental Health Month, we've published a toolkit, and this year's toolkit is about looking around and looking within, helps people understand how they can get to that screening, take a self-test, check in on their own mental health, but also what they can do with the natural environment around them. And that could be as simple as changing the setup of the room that you live in or the apartment where you are, or spending time outside. And outside doesn't mean necessarily that you have to get to a national park. It might just mean that you're able to spend a little bit of outdoor time. For instance, I grew up in a small apartment in New York City, and there was a little tiny porch that we had, but it allowed for some outdoor time. So that's important to people's mental health. And those are the kind of tips and tricks that you'll find in our toolkit for this year.
You know, Schroeder, you stole my question there because I was talking about Mother Nature with my kids, and they always love, whether it's a bike ride, going to a park. In Memphis, we have one of the largest urban parks in America. It's Shelby Farms Park. But our surrounding areas, there's tons of parks where people go and they can just walk and connect with nature and get, I guess, a clearer mind, just kind of just get away from the hustle and bustle of whether they're connected on a device or in classrooms or various settings, work, what have you. Having that Mother Nature connection can, I would think, really clear the mind a lot. Is that what you're seeing in some of your research? And what else are you seeing, ways that people can find maybe some good habits?
Well, you've really put your finger on something very important. Outside time and getting outdoors is enormously important to our mental health. There's lots of research that tells us. And once again, this does not have to be a national park. Just any outdoor time is good for folks. In fact, this May, we are partnered up with LL Bean for a challenge about outdoor time, and we're hoping to get people to log 500,000 hours of time spent outdoors during May. Could be any kind of outdoors, and you can find at our website, mhanational.org, you can find more information about our LL Bean challenge to spend time outdoors. Pardon me. So that's enormously important. The other thing that I would recommend is that we have a new book out in addition to our May Mental Health Toolkit. And our book is called Where to Start. And the title really says it all. It's about how to start thinking about mental health and mental health in your own life, how to be aware of what supports you best in your own mental health, and how to attend to our well-being, as well as checking in on that of our loved ones and family members and others.
You and I are on the same wavelength here, because my question now is, and I don't want to give the book away, but if there were, let's say, 3 bullet points about where people can begin, and we've already mentioned, clearing your mind, going on a walk or somewhere, maybe in a park or something like that. If you were to give people maybe 3 bullet points on how to start bettering your mental health, and we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, where would you start with those 3 bullet points?
Well, the first, I think, and the most important is to get informed, is to get information. So just like we would about our bodily and our physical health, we need information so that we can take care of our mental health. And we need to know how we can check in on our mental health. So you can find a lot of information about mental health in general at our website, mhanational.org, or in the book. But the other thing that you can find is a link to our National Prevention and Screening Program. And that's the program where the free and anonymous platform that I mentioned before, where people can take any one of 11 validated tests, self-tests, to get more insight about how they're doing and to learn a little bit about their own mental health. So I think those are the most important things to start with. And then the last thing I would mention is to intervene or take action early. If you have signs of distress for yourself, if you're noticing changes in your mood, your appetite, your sleeping, your behavior that are concerning to you, get help early. So starting might be about taking a mental health test or screening, might also be about talking to a trusted loved one or sharing with someone, a therapist perhaps, how you're feeling, to see about getting help. So getting help early. And if you do find yourself in crisis, very important to know that we have a new resource. It's about a year old now, 988. For anyone who doesn't know about this new number, you can call or text 988 for a mental health crisis. And the goal is to have a mental health response to a mental health crisis. So that's another important resource that we like to get out during this Awareness Month.
Schroeder Stribling with Mental Health Awareness, or Mental Health America, the president and CEO. Really appreciate our conversation, and I think we really helped people kind of address this issue and help them if they need help out there, and just really kind of being in the know when it comes to what to do and some of the problems. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Okay, parties at the rooftop on the Peabody Hotel. They've been a tradition now for more than 8 decades. Kim Clark takes us to the top of this 5-star story. Check it out.
Rooftop party season has begun again, high atop the Peabody Hotel in the heart of downtown Memphis. These rooftop soirees have a long history.
84 years we have been having parties on the rooftop of the Peabody Hotel.
According to Kelly Brock, the hotel's director of marketing and communications, the hotel's rooftop parties began in 1939 after the east end of the roof was enclosed, becoming the Skyway Ballroom.
And that was when they really started having rooftop parties out on the roof, as well as parties in here in the wintertime and during the rain. And it was the place to be for big bands and for swing dancers. All of the big national acts, the touring acts, performed here for sometimes weeks at a time. You had the Andrews Sisters and Lawrence Welk. You had Ozzie and Harriet, Tommy Dorsey's band, and George Hamilton.
Yes, that George Hamilton, father to actor George Hamilton Jr., who spent a lot of time performing on the hotel's roof.
And George Hamilton Jr. was actually born here in Memphis and spent weeks as a child growing up here at the hotel, watching his father perform here in the Skyway Ballroom and watching the Ducks in the lobby.
The hotel's Sunset Serenades, as they were called back then, were also an important part of the entertainment industry as a whole.
And this ballroom and the rooftop were one of the only 3 live recording sites for CBS radio at the time. So you would hear broadcasts throughout the nation, live from atop the Peabody Hotel.
The Sunset Serenades ended briefly in 1975 when the hotel closed, but started up again in 1981 after the hotel reopened.
And eventually we renamed them as Peabody Rooftop Parties, and they've been going on ever since, and they are as popular as ever.
Though the fashions, music, and diversity of attendees are different now than when it all began, some things remain the same.
We still have live music and a DJ.
Skyway Ballroom also intentionally maintained to appear as it did back in 1939, from the Lawrence Welk-inspired carpet, note the bubbles, to the lighting.
You still have the pink neon lighting that you had. It's very Art Deco style at the time.
As Brock told us, the Peabody Rooftop is still one of the best places in town to sit and have a drink with friends and watch the sunset over the Mississippi River. Or possibly make a love match like so many before.
There's fantastic stories from folks that came here in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and then there's people still doing the same thing today, coming up here with their friends, and maybe they meet their future husband or their future wife. And it's stories like that that are just, that's the heart of the Peabody.
The Peabody Rooftop Parties still going strong and welcoming all who attend while making lifelong memories and connections. In downtown Memphis, Kim Clark, Action News 5.
All right, switching gears a little bit here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We've been talking about the month of May being Mental Health Awareness Month. We are joined now by Renee Dillard. She is Methodist Le Bonheur's Director of Employee Assistance. And she's going to talk to us about taking small steps each day to improve our overall mental health. Renee, good morning to you. Tell me, if someone is watching us right now, we have thousands that are online watching us, what would be some place to begin, or maybe a checklist to kind of say, okay, I need to address my mental health? Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be with you today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this topic. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, which is a renewed opportunity for us to really deepen our awareness around mental health and to do some work to continue to decrease maybe the stigma or the resistance to accessing mental health, even when we need it. So I really appreciate this question of what is it that we would be looking for? How would we know that maybe it's time to reach out for some additional support? I think some of the basic things to pay attention to would be, first of all, any changes in sleep and appetite, any changes in our mood. It's a normal, natural reaction for us to be stressed and anxious during really difficult times when we have a lot on our plate. I think, though, if those anxious thoughts persist, or perhaps a lower mood of depression, and we find ourselves beginning to isolate, and maybe it's difficult to meet our responsibilities, function well at work, maybe it's impacting our relationships. These are some of the signs to be watching for so that we know that, yes, this is the time that I can remember that something's going on and I do not have to handle this all by myself. There are resources and helps available.
Okay, so now that we've identified that, and I think, you know, anything to come out of the pandemic when it comes to mental health is one of the few things positive, I guess you could say, out of the pandemic, is this focus on making sure our mental health is good and straight and above average. And so if we identify that perhaps maybe we have a problem, what are some steps, some guidelines, maybe bullet points that we can do to really kind of get us back into feeling more like ourselves?
It's important to begin with the foundation. Just a reality of being human is that we have particular needs. The good news is that some of the practices that we know are good for our physical health are also good for our mental health. So I always think it's important to begin with the foundation. Are we getting enough sleep? Are we eating some good, nutritious food? Are we drinking water? Are we having some sort of movement or exercise that we are weaving into our daily or weekly life? And one of the foundations for good self-care that is sometimes overlooked is that part of being human is also that we are built for connection. And so are we prioritizing time with family and friends? Are we focusing on the relationships where there is good mutual support so that we're not always the one giving in the relationship and we're not always the one receiving in the relationship? So that's kind of the foundation for me for good self-care and taking care of ourselves in body, mind, and spirit. Beyond that foundation, I think there are some really interesting practices that we can weave in really small ways, and yet they have a large impact. One is simply to recognize the emotional part of who we are. Sometimes our tendency is that because some of those feelings are uncomfortable when we are worried or scared or really sad or angry even, is that we tend to tuck all of that away. And again, emotions are simply part of being human, and eventually we can tuck those away for a little while and that'll work, but they're going to come out one way or another, maybe with some irritability, again, some impact on our relationships. And sometimes holding all that in can begin to impact our physical health in some detrimental ways as well. So it helps to just put language to what we're feeling, simply name it for what it is and kind of give ourselves some permission to feel it. And that alone sometimes will give those emotions a little bit of room to move. And then we can kind of deal with that and be on our way.
I totally agree. I mean, I love what you brought up, you know, just kind of like mindfulness, eat well, get some sunlight, spend time in nature, you know, these types of things, set out a connection, plenty of sleep. Let's say someone who's watching right now has done all those things and they are saying, you know what, Renee, I still don't feel myself. I still don't feel like I am back to where I used to be. What do you tell that person? At what point do we say, maybe I should see a professional?
I appreciate that question, and it gives me an opportunity to clarify that a lot of these practices do not make the stressors in our life go away. Sometimes we are really in the midst of some heavy grief and loss in our life, and so these practices will not necessarily diminish that. They can help us continue to move forward in the midst of challenging times, helping us to be a little more centered, a little more grounded, even as we're carrying what feels like a heavy weight for many of us at this particular season. If you find that these kind of practices, beginning to prioritize a little bit of self-care, making sure that this foundation is in place, and as you've said, even then, your mood is still not where it typically would be or where you would want it to be, you're still having these impacts in your life, that's the time to reach out for some help. Again, it's important to remember that you do not have to walk through that alone. We have some tremendous resources available. One great resource through Methodist Healthcare is the Dennis H. Jones Living Well Network, and that's a connecting resource. So anyone can call the Dennis H. Jones Living Well Network at 762-8558 and speak with a mental health provider, have a phone consultation, and then that provider can connect the caller with whatever the appropriate resource is in the community. So that's a tremendous way to make that first call, get connected somewhere, and take that next step toward really fostering good mental health in our lives.
988, that is another one. That's a hotline that's 24/7, right? And do they do the same thing?
So the 988 number is a tremendous resource as well. If anyone listening now or perhaps pulling this up later is in a moment of crisis, you can call or text 988 and speak with someone right away. If you're having thoughts of suicide, thoughts of harming yourself, or in any kind of mental health crisis, 988 is an immediate access to speak with someone.
Renee, we've hit on a bunch of topics. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Never underestimate the power of a good deep breath, or perhaps just a stretch. I know it may seem, if you're in an office with other people, it may seem uncomfortable, but just stretching and coming back into ourself and into the moment, and a good deep breath can again help keep us centered and grounded, even in the midst of all that is going on around us.
All good points there. Renee Dillard, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare Director of Employee Assistance, mental health. We gotta protect it. We gotta make sure it's at optimal levels. We appreciate your discussion. Again, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Appreciate it, Renee. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
We're in store for some clouds, some sunshine, and maybe a small chance for a downpour later this afternoon, but it's going to heat up out there. 87 degrees, warm and muggy, but a southwest breeze, 10 to 15, some gusts up to 20 or 25 miles per hour at times. Let's talk about the tricky weather pattern that's in place, because it's going to linger with us much of this week. We have a warm and muggy air mass through the afternoon. There could be clusters of storms that pop up. Really, it's going to be hard to pinpoint where those pop up and when they will move through, but there could be some that move through tonight, since this front's going to kind of linger across the area. Then as we go through the rest of the week, the front is nearby, and it's going to keep that chance of a shower or storm, but many areas could still end up staying dry for much of the week as well. Here's a look at the winds today, up to around 20 or 25 at times, so the breeze will make it feel a little bit better out there. But look at these temperatures, upper 80s, Covington, Ripley, Dyersburg, 87 in Bolivar. Again, upper 80s to near 90 in some areas. Places like Tunica, Clarksdale, Marks, Mississippi, Oxford around 86. Again, a mostly cloudy sky. There could be some sun peeking out at times. Upper 80s for much of eastern Arkansas as well. Here's the caveat, though. We do have a chance for a few strong storms later tonight, and this is a very small chance. I think the bigger chance will be to our north. There's a slight risk for the northern half of the Mid-South, so this is northeast Arkansas into northwest Tennessee. Gusty wind would be the main threat with any of these storms that are going to try to sink south south either this afternoon or tonight. Now, here's a look at Futurecast, and again, it shows a pop-up shower or storm this afternoon, and really trying to tell where these storms are going to pop up. Very, very difficult in this pattern. The forecast models are all over the place with the placement and the timing, but this one is showing the potential for a round of storms with some wind on the leading edge as it dives south through the overnight and into the early morning hours, and then it kind of falls apart as we go into tomorrow morning, and then we end up with the same thing we're seeing today: some clouds, some sunshine, and some warm temperatures. Check out the First Alert 7-day forecast. And those temperatures stay above average. Our average is around 80 this time of the year. Lows at night will be in the upper 60s to near 70. It will be a little less humid, I think, for the middle of the week as that front tries to dip just to our south. But then the humidity levels may go back up, and rain chances, they're small, but they stick around through the weekend. Keep the rain gear handy just in case, but know that much of the day each day will end up being dry.
Here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Do you know what that is? Does anybody out there know what that is? It looks like a submarine, doesn't it? It's actually Regional 1's Wound Care Center, the hyperbaric chamber facility. In fact, it is the only facility in Tennessee where patients can receive treatment in a multi-place hyperbaric oxygen chamber, accommodating up to 12 patients at one time. This is an incredible state-of-the-art facility. It's also state-of-the-art therapy that delivers additional oxygen to the bloodstream, which really sparks the body's own healing process, making it possible to heal various wounds and conditions that have failed with other treatments. Let's bring in Dr. Tony Aleman, Medical Director of the Wound Care Center at Regional 1 Health. Dr. Aleman, good morning. How are you?
Good, very good. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you being there. I like your background very much. And, you know, many people might not know anything about hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Tell us what that is.
So what we can do is put people in our chamber in the background that you see, and we deliver them 100% oxygen to help a variety of conditions. For example, diabetic foot wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, central retinal artery occlusion, sudden sensorineural hearing loss. There's a lot of things that we can help by giving them high-dose oxygen under pressure.
And how does oxygen help heal wounds that people have?
Well, after a certain number of treatments, the oxygen will help the body start growing new blood vessels into tissues that are oxygen deficient. So if it senses there's a wound, and the wound is there because of a lack of oxygen, and if it doesn't have enough oxygen, it can't heal. So the body senses that, and it grows blood vessels into these areas, and that's how it helps them heal.
That sounds fantastic. And we're looking at the facility that you have there at Regional 1 Health. Can you talk about some of the advantages of having a multi-place oxygen chamber? I've never really heard about that.
Sure. Well, we can treat more than one patient at a time. And the beauty about these is that you can have a nurse or a technician or more than one nurse in there for, say, a critical care patient. We have somebody on a ventilator. You'd have to have a nurse in there to tend to the patient's needs while they're getting their treatment. Some places will treat critical care in monoplace chambers, but you don't have access to them in the event that you have a medical emergency.
You mentioned some of the conditions that this therapy can help. Can you tell us a little bit more about some of the other conditions, maybe some that you've personally dealt with in your capacity?
I think this hyperbaric oxygen started by treating decompression sickness. So divers occasionally will get decompression sickness when they're diving they either come up too fast or stay down too long, etc. And so it first started as an application to treat decompression sickness. Since then, we found that it can treat a lot of other conditions. We have treated some decompression sickness in this chamber. We have treated air gas embolus, crush injuries, a lot of what we call compromised flaps, where tissues aren't getting enough blood flow right after they have surgery. If the surgeons are trying to cover an area, and the blood supply is compromised to some degree.
What about some of the specific cases that you've dealt with, and how have some of those cases worked to the betterment of the patient that you've had to deal with?
So I had one gentleman who had radiation to his throat, and he had so much swelling in his vocal cords that he required a tracheostomy. And this man came to us, all he wanted to do was get back to work. So we gave him 30 treatments of oxygen, and at the end of his treatment, they took his tracheostomy out, and he was back to work. Another gentleman had bleeding from his rectum due to radiation, and when he first came in, he was in a wheelchair, and within 2 weeks he was walking, and within 6 weeks he was back to work. So these are life-changing events that can help patients for the problems that it's indicated.
Describe a treatment session. I mean, is it something over a long period of time? Is it something that's really fast? Take us through it.
So a patient will go into our chamber, and we put on a clear plastic hood over their head, and they get oxygen through some hoses. One brings the oxygen in, and the other one exhausts it out. The treatment lasts about 2 hours, give or take a few minutes, and it depends on how long it takes them to get down and come back up if somebody's having problems clearing their ears. But it takes about 2 hours. They can, if we have enough place, they can lay down, they can sleep, they can read, and we even have a TV in there they can watch TV.
That's not bad. All right, yeah. In some of these serious cases, doctor, you talk about various people being able to do things after traumatic injury. How many treatments does a patient need, typically?
Well, it depends on the condition that we're treating. If we're treating decompression sickness, they may get 1 or 2, maybe 3 treatments, rarely more than that. If we're treating, say, a crush injury from trauma, they'll get about 14 treatments. If we're treating a diabetic foot wound, they're going to get probably about 30 treatments. And a lot of the radiation problems will get 40 treatments. So it depends on the condition that determines how many treatments a patient would need.
Anything else you want to touch on, doctor, before we let you go?
No, other than it's probably the best kept secret in Memphis. The number one, that we have this chamber. Some of the doctors in our hospital, I don't think even know that we have this chamber. But the other thing is that there's so many conditions that it can help. And my job as medical director of the Regional 1 Center is to inform other doctors how we can help their patients and get them better faster.
All right. All right, Dr. Tony Aliman, Medical Director, Wound Care Center at Regional 1 Health. I appreciate you breaking it down for us, the hyperbaric chamber therapy and what it does and how it helps so many people across the Mid-South. Thanks very much for the knowledge this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
One of the best interviews that you're going to see on the Action News 5 digital desk has to do with food. And each and every week or so, we interview the food reporter at the Commercial Appeal. And we have got a treat for you because Jennifer Chandler is joining us on the digital desk. And she's going to be talking about the top 10 best places for brunch, you know, either after church or with friends, having some mimosas, that sort of thing. I have to say, Jennifer, when we heard that we were talking with you about brunch, everyone in the newsroom, they lit up with their own little responses and what they liked and what they didn't like. How was it like putting together this list?
Well, actually, it was a very daunting task. So I got the help of my newsroom. So this was kind of a collaboration effort for the newsroom at the Commercial Appeal. And I had everyone share what their favorite brunch spot was, and they went out to them and they did little mini reviews and told us what their favorite dishes are. So it was a really fun story to write. I like doing these collaboration things because sometimes they're ones that, you know, maybe weren't on my list before that I think I need to revisit.
Well, that's awesome. There are some on the list that I recognize, and there are some that I haven't been to yet. So I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, well, let's get going. So the first one on the list is the Beauty Shop, and that's in the Cooper Young neighborhood and has been around for a very long time, very beloved, known for its Saturday and Sunday brunches. Michaela Watts, that was her favorite pick, and she went her go-to order there is the Eggs Benedict, which you can get many different ways, but she likes the kind of traditional one that's done with brown sugar honey ham. That's what you see in that picture right there. And it has a really velvety hollandaise on it, a little arugula, you know, to give it a modern spin. And she often orders it. They have this manchego and arugula and nectarine salad that she sometimes gets on the side with it. But it's a really good brunch spot. They've got great brunch cocktails as well. So Beauty Shop, classic, fun place to go for a Saturday or Sunday brunch.
For sure.
Next on the list is Magnolia and May. And Ray Padilla, who's our digital editor, likes to go there. And this is a tiny little restaurant by Chip and Amanda Dunham that is located off of Mendenhall. If you know where Gibson's and Gus's Fried Chicken is right there, kind of at Mendenhall, it's kind of tucked away on that side street behind Gus's. And it is a true neighborhood brasserie little restaurant, and it's always fun to go there. And they do serve brunch. And Ray's favorite dish there is the tacos con Memphis, which has a fun name. But those are just a really good loaded breakfast egg taco. So Magnolia, May, and East Memphis. Have you been there before?
I have, and what I also liked about it, Jennifer, is that it's this funky place. You know, it's a little funky in there. It's like I think the silverware that you just saw, or the plates, there just kind of lets you know, has that connection to just kind of a funky, cool spot in Memphis. I love it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of feels like a midtown restaurant in East Memphis, if I dare say
exactly.
that. Kind of has that vibe.
I like that. That's a good description.
Okay. Yeah. So, the next one on the list is one of my favorite, which is Edge Alley that I got to write about. And Edge Alley is located, actually that picture, we'll go back a minute. That's the liquor store. Then I'll go back to Edge Alley. So the liquor store is the picture that's up right now. And that one was with Corinne Kennedy. That was her favorite place. And that's on Broad Avenue. And it's got this really kind of cool, like Miami Cuban diner vibes inside. It's just Natalie Lieberman of Collect and Curate. It was one of her first big projects here in Memphis. It's really kind of cool retro feel to it. And one of their dishes that there's a signature, and it was also Corinne's favorite, is the sweet potato hash, which comes with eggs on top, and you can order a meat to go with it as well. And you can order bacon or sausage, but they have Cuban pork, and that's what Corinne recommended that she gets it with. And so that's a really kind of fun place to go. I really like their breakfast tacos. They've got fun cocktails on the menu too. I think that's kind of a requisite when you're going to brunch with friends, is to if you want to have a cocktail too, but they've got a great list of stuff on their menu. So let's go back to Edge Alley, which was one of the ones that I wrote about. So Edge Alley was this restaurant that I discovered back when the Commercial Appeals offices were in that big building, that iconic building on Union. This was kind of basically where I would go and get my lunch for a quick and easy lunch, or a quick and easy, cup of coffee, because it was literally like 1 block over. It's in the Edge district. And I kind of fell in love with it there. And it's kind of a neat, interesting space that Tim Barker has put together. He's the chef and owner, and he makes everything from scratch. I mean, when I talk about everything, he roasts his own coffee beans, for the Bloody Marys, he makes his own Bloody Mary mix. He even makes his crackers that he serves because he's right next to a brewery. And he uses some of their leftover, I guess it's the mash from the brewery, and he will use that to make crackers. But I have 2 go-to orders there. So if I'm feeling very hungry, I will get the steak and eggs, and they are perfectly cooked tenderloins with a perfectly cooked eggs on the side. Actually really, really great. It comes with a chimichurri sauce. I really, really love it. And then the picture, what you see right here, this is his ham and cheese quiche, which is like no other you will find in town, because he puts a layer of grainy mustard on the crust before adding the filling. And so it's kind of very reminiscent of a ham and cheese sandwich. It's kind of crazy, but it really, really works. And definitely,
I love it.
Favorite drink there, when I said that he roast his own coffee beans, I have lots of non-alcoholic coffee drinks that I like there, like his How Now Brown Cow, which is a salted caramel coffee latte. But the one I say to get is, oh my gosh, I'm gonna draw the blank on the name right now that I'm sitting here. He has one that's, it's like, I think it's called the Good Stuff. It's a bourbon spiked coffee drink. It's a really great way to start your brunch. So moving on down the list, Sunrise Memphis is a Memphis favorite. And now they have 2 locations. They have one on the original on Jefferson and one on East Memphis. It's at Poplar, kind of near Yates. And this is Chef Ryan Trim has done this business, and it's great. This is Evan Barnes. This was his pick. He's one of our sports reporters. And he prefers the Jefferson one because that's the one he's always been going to. And his favorite dish is the Rooster, which is a fried chicken biscuit that is pretty sinful and pretty good, because they make their biscuits from scratch, and there's a little bit of spice to this dish. So the fried chicken biscuit at Sunrise, if you haven't been there, try it. Again, they have a whole bunch of fun brunch cocktails on their menu too. So were any of those one of the ones you haven't been to yet? I'm curious.
I've never been to the Edge Alley, and that looks amazing. I gotta say, I mean, anyone who roasts their own coffee beans is not playing around.
Yeah. Oh, and I forgot to mention, when you go, they have, you remember monkey bread when you were a kid, the kind of pull apart, with the biscuits and the cinnamon sugar that you would make. Well, he has a grown-up version of it on the appetizer menu, and it comes, and it's like in this, it almost looks like a French pastry when it comes to your table, and it comes with a cinnamon dipping sauce, and it is so yummy. It's so good. We actually, that's awesome. It's perfect for sharing. It's big enough to share, but we kind of like ate some in the beginning, and then we saved some for dessert.
Oh, nice. Now, the liquor store, you mentioned, going back to the liquor store, Cuban influence, is that throughout the menu, throughout the day, or is that just for the breakfast?
It is throughout the day. They pretty much serve breakfast all day is what they're a diner. They have some kind of lunch type dishes as well, but there's definitely kind of a Cuban vibe before. The Toros that owned it. It recently just sold to the owners of South of Beale for just bought it actually earlier this year. But the people that started, Lisa Toro, her and her husband is, I think, of Cuban descent. He's from somewhere in like that, but I should know that, and I don't know that. But that's what the influences on that menu are. So it's not a Cuban restaurant per se, but it almost feels like a Miami restaurant, kind of like it has like a vibe of Southern stuff and Cuban stuff and American stuff. And I mean, it's an eclectic menu, but it's fun.
I can't wait to check it out. Those are definitely on my list.
So, okay, well, let's move on to Bartlett, another part of town, to Biscuits and Jams. And this is a favorite spot of mine as well. Dima Amra wrote about it. And Dima is a vegetarian. And so I always love to include her in a story because I know there's so many vegetarians and vegans in Memphis now. And you're always looking for an option of where to go. And she says that Biscuits and Jams is one of her places to go that she can find something delicious to eat. And she likes the Blueberry Hill lemon blueberry waffle, which you see there, which is light and fluffy and flavorful. It comes in a traditional one and can be ordered vegan as well. Many of the waffles and the pancakes on Biscuits and Jams menu can be ordered in as a vegan version. And she gets a side of vegan sausages to go with it. And it's really, really good. Monique Williams is the owner there. They have a fun brunch cocktail menu. I'll give you a sneak preview for Easter. They're doing peep-teenies with marshmallow peeps for Easter. But she has a breakfast eggs, like a Benedict that has like a crawfish, shrimp. I don't want to say it's an étouffée, but it's just, the sauce is so good. It's like, I think she calls it her Creole Benedict. That's one of my favorite dishes there. But if you haven't been to Biscuits and Jams and Bartlett, you need to check it out. It opened, I feel like it opened sometime around 2020. It could have opened in 2019, right before the pandemic, but it was sometime around there. So it hasn't been around very long. Next on the list is a Memphis classic, Owen Brennan's. I mean, you can't really talk about brunch in Memphis without Owen Brennan's because they have that huge brunch buffet spread that is over the top, that has, omelets made to order, which you have to give a shout out to Shorty, the omelet maker. His real name is Robert Fisher. So maybe go up to him one day and say, "Hi, Robert," and you'll surprise him because everyone calls him Shorty. But he is just always puts on such a great show when making omelets there, and they're delicious. But they'll have, you can get it with crawfish étouffée on top. There's boiled shrimp. There's sometimes raw oysters. There's, you name it, it's on this brunch buffet, and it's only on Sundays. And that's something to remember. And they no longer take reservations. So it is first come, first serve. So if you're going right after the church rush gets there, you may have to wait a minute. It's totally worth it. Order a cocktail and enjoy yourself outside on the patio while you wait for your table. But I always tell people to either pretty much go early as your best bet, or you can go later. But if you're hitting there around 12:15, just know that you might have a little bit of a wait. Next on the list is something a little different than when people don't necessarily think of pizza for brunch, but Hog and Hominy is one of my favorite places to go. They do have a bunch of brunch items on their menu, but when I go there, I always go for the pizza. And they have two pizzas that are very kind of brunchy. The one you see here is the red eye that has that perfectly poached runny egg that when you cut into it on top. They also have a pizza called the Pruitt that has scrambled eggs on top. I mean, who would have thought? It is actually really, really good. You can start with things like they have sausage balls with Tiny Bomb mustard dipping sauce. And, I always get the crab claws, which come in this like buttery garlic sauce. And here is the insider trick. When you finish the crab claws and they come to clear that plate, you say, "No way, Jose, keep that plate here." And what you do is you save that garlic butter and you dip the crust from their pizzas into the garlic butter. And it is so good. Just trust me.
Wow. That sounds amazing.
Yeah. And fans of Grey Canary will be glad to know that they used to be known at their brunch. This is all owned by the Andrew Michael restaurant group. Grey Canary was known for these kind of like, they had these big punch bowls that they serve for brunch. They have moved that over to Hog and Hominy now. So the punch bowls are still in Memphis. They've just moved from downtown to East Memphis. So if you're going with a group, consider ordering one of their punch bowls. It's kind of a fun thing to do. Now, moving down our list is another Memphis staple, Brother Juniper's over by the University of Memphis. I mean, I don't even know how long, I should have looked up how long that restaurant has been around, but it is a tried and true classic. Always fun. Does not take reservations either. And, but it's a fun, when you're standing there and you're waiting, it's a very casual place, and it's always a good vibe, even if you have to wait 15, 20 minutes for a table. So one of our new photographers, Chris Day, this was his pick, and he says the sausage gravy and biscuits is his favorite thing. He says, that's such a Southern thing, and he says that they do it perfectly. Their biscuits are awesome. So if you want a very casual brunch experience, head over to Brother Juniper's. They're also known for their open face omelets that are so good. They've got pretty much everything breakfast on the menu. So definitely Brother Juniper's. Okay, and then we're going to round out to the last one, which is one I have not been to. But Gina Butkovich, who covers our DeSoto County coverage, she picked a restaurant that was in South Haven. And I have to giggle because I have had a mimosa bong or a mimosa tower. They call them bongs. I've heard them called towers before, as you see in this picture. But the 10th Inning Sports Bar and Grill has that. And I don't know if any place else in Memphis does. One of my daughters went to school in Colorado, and there was a restaurant in Boulder that had these giant mimosa things, and I would take her and maybe 6 or 7 of her friends out, and we would drink those. Her senior year, of course, when she was over 21. But it's kind of a fun, casual thing to do with friends is to go and have a mimosa bong at 10th Inning Sports Bar and Grill. And she says the food is good too. So I'm going to have to add that to my list and probably arrange for a designated driver.
That looks amazing. Wow. You saying 10th inning, you knocked that out of the park there, Jennifer Chandler. Once again.
Well, and I'm going to tell you, one of the reasons I think of spring, and I was thinking, Easter is coming up, and so that kind of got me on the brunch mode. So that's why we and I know there are places that should have been on this list, but we had to limit it to 10, and because otherwise we'd be the entire paper talking about brunch. But check out on Friday my list of places doing Easter brunch specials. We'll publish online at commercialappeal.com. So if you're thinking of on the fence of where you want to go for Easter brunch, all of these will be perfect. But I also have a list of places that are doing special menus, or some are doing prefix menus. There are a few restaurants that are not normally open for brunch that will be open for brunch on Easter. So definitely check out that story too if brunch is your favorite thing, and especially for Easter.
And that's what we call in the industry a tease. Jennifer Chandler, we appreciate it so much. Each and every time you come on, that brunch list looks phenomenal. Thanks so much. Again, Commercial Appeal, commercialappeal.com/food. Jennifer, thanks.
Great. Bye.
We're in store for some clouds, some sunshine, and maybe a small chance for a downpour later this afternoon, but it's going to heat up out there. 87 degrees, warm and muggy, but a southwest breeze, 10 to 15, some gusts up to 20 or 25 miles per hour at times. Let's talk about the tricky weather pattern that's in place, because it's going to linger with us much of this week. We have a warm and muggy air mass through the afternoon. There could be clusters of storms that pop up. Really, it's going to be hard to pinpoint where those pop up and when they will move through, but there could be some that move through tonight, since this front's going to kind of linger across the area. Then as we go through the rest of the week, the front is nearby, and it's going to keep that chance of a shower or storm, but many areas could still end up staying dry for much of the week as well. Here's a look at the winds today, up to around 20 or 25 at times, so the breeze will make it feel a little bit better out there. But look at these temperatures, upper 80s, Covington, Ripley, Dyersburg, 87 in Bolivar. Again, upper 80s to near 90 in some areas. Places like Tunica, Clarksdale, Marks, Mississippi, Oxford around 86. Again, a mostly cloudy sky. There could be some sun peeking out at times. Upper 80s for much of eastern Arkansas as well. Here's the caveat, though. We do have a chance for a few strong storms later tonight, and this is a very small chance. I think the bigger chance will be to our north. There's a slight risk for the northern half of the Mid-South, so this is northeast Arkansas into northwest Tennessee. Gusty wind would be the main threat with any of these storms that are going to try to sink south either this afternoon or tonight. Now, here's a look at Futurecast, and again, it shows a pop-up shower or storm this afternoon, and really trying to tell where these storms are going to pop up. Very, very difficult in this pattern. The forecast models are all over the place with the placement and the timing, but this one is showing the potential for a round of storms with some wind on the leading edge as it dives south through the overnight and into the early morning hours, and then it kind of falls apart as we go into tomorrow morning, and then we end up with the same thing we're seeing today: some clouds, some sunshine, and some warm temperatures. Check out the First Alert 7-day forecast. And those temperatures stay above average. Our average is around 80 this time of the year. Lows at night will be in the upper 60s to near 70. It will be a little less humid, I think, for the middle of the week as that front tries to dip just to our south. But then the humidity levels may go back up, and rain chances, they're small, but they stick around through the weekend. Keep the rain gear handy just in case, but know that much of the day each day will end up being dry.
A shooting in West Memphis, Arkansas on Friday leaves one man dead. This occurred in the 600 block of South Redding. Police have identified the victim as 20-year-old Orlando Ingram of West Memphis. No arrests have been made. If you know anything, please call the West Memphis Police Department. 2 Mississippi police departments investigating a crash that killed one bystander, left another in critical condition. This happened near Highway 51 in Veterans Drive. Horn Lake, Mississippi Police Department were setting up stop sticks to slow down a stolen car when the driver crashed into several other vehicles. Investigators say the 2 victims were not involved in the pursuit. South Haven police were not involved in the initial pursuit either. This is currently an ongoing investigation. 2 separate car crashes this weekend sent multiple people to the hospital. First incident, witnesses say a vehicle was speeding down the road before crashing. Memphis police say a possible pursuit may have occurred before the crash in Orange Mound near Ethelyn Park. Fatal crash also happened less than a mile away. We spoke with a witness who shared what he saw.
I was on my way to the gas station, and I just seen the car come by real fast, and they speeded and they hit the bump that's right there, and they speed out of control. They end up hitting the white car right here, and as they slid into the building, and when I turned around to park or whatever, the car was on fire, and so we just tried to help the people that was in there, try to pull them out.
The investigation is ongoing there. Jackson, Mississippi councilman says the man running the city's public works department is incompetent, and some residents agree. It comes just months after the same councilman was complaining about the city not having anyone in that position at all. Holly Emery from our sister station WLBT in Jackson, Mississippi reports.
This is the richest city in the state of Mississippi, and they need to stop making excuses while we ain't fixing things.
Take a drive down Bailey Avenue and you'll find potholes big enough to take out your front tire, as well as street and traffic lights that are out.
We also have a racing thing going on up and down the street. The light hadn't stopped it, but the light is down now, so what's going to stop it now?
Ward 3 Councilman Kenneth Stokes says certain issues in his ward haven't been addressed since at least February, when Jackson's mayor appointed the interim public works director, Robert Lee.
Lights have been out at this location for months and months. Stop sign, south, same situation. Lights out, lights flashing, and those kind of things.
We're citizens here in Jackson, so our money should be the same as the money spent elsewhere.
Even though Lee hasn't held the position for long, Councilman Stokes claims some projects should have been finished and feels that he is unqualified for the position.
And over his head, incompetent in this position. All of the above. And we ready for Monday when the mayor comes with some more excuses. At the same time, we're going to keep saying, Mr. Mayor, we're sick and tired of being sick and tired of these excuses. Fix something.
Officials with the city of Jackson declined to comment on the councilman's claim Sunday. Meanwhile, Ward 3 residents are hoping Lee and the city take action and hire someone to get the job done.
Stop playing around. Get the job done. The money is the same color. It hadn't changed.
Okay, that was Holly Emery reporting. Not only is there a vote of no confidence on the agenda for tomorrow's council meeting there in Jackson, Mississippi, there's also an order to confirm the mayor's temporary appointment of Lee as Public Works Director. One last thing to note is that the city council cannot fire him. Only the mayor has that ability. Let's talk about former Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant. He's responding to allegations that he is connected to the biggest welfare scandal in the state's history. He released hundreds of pages of text messages and emails related to the scandal. The records deal with welfare funds investigators say diverted to a new volleyball stadium at the University of Southern Mississippi. He said he's done nothing wrong.
As governor, even if I had wanted to make an expenditure like that happen, I didn't have the power to do so.
Text messages from the former governor highlight conversations between him and NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre. And the text messages, Favre's being persistent about asking Bryant for ways to fund the facility. The conversation shows the former governor continuing to tell Favre that they'll find a way to get the project done. All right, a long shot horse named Mage is this year's Kentucky Derby winner. He was making just his fourth career start, 15-1 shot here. He managed to beat a horse called Two Fills at the finish line. Mage is described as a little horse with a big, big heart. This year's Kentucky Derby, though, was plagued with real problems here. 7 horses died. 5 others were scratched from the race. 2 horses, Freezing Point and Chloe's Dream, were injured and then euthanized on the same day. The trainer, Stabby Joseph Jr., was also suspended from Churchill Downs after 2 of the horses died, which scratched Lord Miles from the Derby. And Forte, who was the favorite, was also scratched because of an injury. Deaths have raised new concerns about the Stork's treatment of horses. Can police hold you at gunpoint in your home without a warrant? That's the question 2 renters are asking after police mistakenly raided their apartment in the middle of the night and took them into custody. Our national investigative reporter Brendan Keefe looks into the case in Georgia and discovered some of the officers worked for the apartment complex while off duty. Take a look.
Roswell Police, if you're inside, make yourself known now.
No knock.
Roswell Police, come to the sound of my voice. You just heard the door close.
No warrant.
Hey, man, come. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Manos arriba.
Were you afraid? ¿Tuviste miedo?
Sí, tuve miedo.
Yes, I was afraid. I was scared.
Aquí ahora.
Officers forced Mario Melgar from his apartment at gunpoint and took him into custody.
Get him out of the way.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Why? Why? Pues no sé por qué.
Well, I don't know because they put the handcuffs on me for nothing.
7-8, 1-10.
Is someone living? Is it supposed to be vacant?
It's not supposed to be vacant.
Okay.
The officers with a specialized unit were looking for squatters in vacant apartments in June of last year. A broken window attracted their attention.
This is 100% supposed to be vacant?
About 90% sure.
The armed entry team had their doubts from the beginning.
Looks pretty furnished.
Hold it, I can go confirm.
You go confirm before we go further into this.
Detective Charles Craig checked the rent roll again and again.
A bunch of squatters, but I don't think this is going to be related.
That apartment was listed as occupied and fully paid up on rent.
Do you live here?
Yeah.
You live here?
Yeah.
Okay, show them vacant.
Even after Detective Craig checked the list, Mario and his roommate Marco were detained as suspects.
Pero tienes derechos. You have rights.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
The rent roll that you're referring to, the document that you're checking for vacancies on, where did you receive that document from?
I got it from the property manager.
Both Detective Craig and the officer with the ballistic shield and gun just inside the apartment received paychecks from the city and from the apartments.
Did you know Officer Craig worked for this apartment complex as an extra job?
No.
When a private business hires an off-duty police officer, they get more than just the person. They get the police uniform, the officer's badge, the officer's gun, their arrest powers, and in some cases, on-duty loyalty to their off-duty employer.
I f***ed up. I read the list wrong. It wasn't the list that was wrong. I read it wrong.
We don't know how much money the apartments paid any of the officers because the Roswell Police Department doesn't track off-duty hours or pay.
How long after that time when you realized this apartment wasn't on the list of vacant apartments did you finally release the person who was in handcuffs?
Too long, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And during that 10 to 15 minutes, if you had to estimate, how many more times do you think you lied to try to save face during that interaction with the officers and the person who was handcuffed?
Multitude on the same thing to try to save face and try to make it go away.
I don't understand. They're supposed to be here?
Yeah, they're good. They live here.
Mario and Marco were released with an apology.
When we determined the officer lied, he was told that he was going to be terminated and he quit before he was fired.
What would you like to see changed? I would like them to be more careful.
Cuidado.
Show me your hands.
So that type of things don't happen again.
All right. Get him out of the way.
Okay, I want to show you this right here. There is a let me see something here. There is a new report highlighting a growing concern among educators in the U.S. Test scores reveal sharp decline for many U.S. students in history and in civics. Mike Valero has more on what's behind this new trend and what experts say needs to be done.
For parents and teachers across the United States, the revelations are troubling, but perhaps not surprising.
The declines that we're seeing, particularly in U.S. history, were widespread for lower, middle, and higher performing students.
A report from the National Center for Education Statistics, often referred to as the nation's report card, shows a sharp drop in test scores for 8th graders in U.S. history and civics across several themes, including democracy, culture, technology, and the changing role of America in the world. 40% of students scored below basic proficiency in 2022. That's an increase of 6% since 2018. And only 22% of students tested were found to be proficient or advanced in civics. Ebony Walton, a statistician with the organization that conducted the study, says the results highlight a continuing pattern of lower test scores across several subjects, including math and reading.
On the whole, we are seeing, particularly for our lower performing students, declines almost across the board, regardless of subject.
Experts point to the disruption from the COVID-19 pandemic as a major reason behind the recent struggles for American students. But when it comes to history and civics, Walton sees a problem that's existed for years.
We see no change almost in 30 years on average, or across what we call our percentiles for lower, middle, and higher performing students in either of these subjects, meaning that in almost 30 years, we're not tracking much progress in these areas.
I'm Mike Valerio reporting.
Let's talk about mosquitoes for a minute, because they go after some people more than others. Well, why is that? Well, apparently it has to do everything with the air that we exhale, our body heat, our body odor. It was the subject of a Best Life report I want to show you now. Check it out.
I miss you so much. There's an aching inside of me.
The romantic drama Love Again opened weekly in 5th place, earning $2.4 million. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret moved down to 4th place on ticket sales of $3.4 million. Evil Dead Rise fell to 3rd, scaring up $5.7 million.
Watch and learn.
After 4 weekends on top, the Super Mario Bros. Movie settled for 2nd, grossing $18.6 million for a domestic total of $518 million.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm Star-Lord.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 easily topped the chart in its debut weekend. The latest Marvel Cinematic Universe adventure opened with $114 million. In Hollywood, I'm David Daniel.
We are always talking about cybercrime, ways to protect yourself, identity theft, scammers that are out there. It's certainly something that you have to be cognizant of, vigilant of, no question about it. It's constantly changing, and the scammers out there are always trying to find new ways to either get your personal information or get your money. Let's bring in an expert here from Cisco Security. We got Dave Lewis on the digital desk, global advisory to Cisco Security. Dave, let's talk about the issue of cybercrime and what do people need to know about the current threats that are out there. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. So some of the current threats that we're seeing out of our Talos Intelligence Group at Cisco are that in the last quarter, attackers have been going after healthcare organizations, hospitals, and things to that effect, trying to gain access to those environments, as well the typical pieces that we see that continue on, as well are ransomware as in phishing attacks in addition to that.
Okay, so what about the most persistent cyber threats? You mentioned a lot of companies there. What about for individuals?
So for the individual, the piece that you have to be aware of are the phishing email attacks. These are emails that'll show up, usually promising something that is a lure that most people would click on thinking, oh, okay, I want that. So it's like a $200 gift card for some particular retailer. In actuality, that is a lure to get somebody to click a link that will, unbeknownst to them, install malicious software on their system or give the attacker remote access to the system or steal passwords. So, the user has to be vigilant about those. In the past, those emails were very easy to spot because they were poorly written and horribly crafted. But now the attackers have really upped their game. So you have to exercise a level of due diligence and say, is this really something that I'm expecting? Is this too good to be true? So if you apply that sort of rationale, you'll probably put yourself in a much better position.
We're hearing all the time about AI, artificial intelligence, and the negative consequences of it. And artificial intelligence is in almost everything these days. How is artificial intelligence trying to breach our identity theft and is a part of cybercrime?
I would say we're a little ahead of our skis on that particular aspect. I think that, yes, in the future, that will be a real and present danger. But currently, now it is very limited in scope, especially when we look at stuff like ChatGPT, which is not AI, it's machine learning. These are different pieces that, yes, have tangible benefits if they're used in the right way. And ultimately, the attackers will make use of them in the future. But it's a little bit premature for us to go down that road just yet. But keeping in mind that that will eventually be an issue.
Oh, yeah, I bet. No question about it. I mean, I'm sure you're like me. I mean, you hear all the time about artificial intelligence, AI, and some of the negative concerns that people have when it comes to AI. I understand that there is a Cisco Cybersecurity Readiness Index. Tell me what that is.
Well, this is an excellent report where we polled security professionals from around the planet and got their perspective on how they saw their own security practice and where they saw themselves from a maturity aspect as it pertained to their practice. And the really telling piece of this was that 15% of organizations saw themselves as being in a mature state. And what that means is if there's a cyber incident or a cybersecurity attack, that they feel that they would be able to resiliently get through it and be okay on the other side of it. Most of the other organizations fall in the middle of the pack where they're working very hard to get up to speed, and they are going to definitely need help to get there. So they're definitely getting to a better place overall.
So, Dave, we have thousands of people watching us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. If you were to give maybe 3 bullet points right there, some tips and ways people can protect themselves, where would you start?
Well, first off, arm yourself with information. And what I mean by that is look at your credit card statements, your bank statements, look for anomalous behavior. Because if an attacker is able to breach a website and steal credit cards, they're going to test them to see if they're valid. There'll be a $1 or a $2 transaction from a vendor you've never heard of, which, most credit card companies are very good about finding these things, but sometimes they do get through. So you want to look for this anomalous behavior. As well, you want to make sure that your laptops, your desktops, your mobile devices are all patched to current. The security patches are coming out for a reason, so you need to apply them. And the last piece of that would be moving away from passwords, because it has limited utility. It's a control, but not a security control. So if you lock your house in the morning, go to work, and you lose your key, and somebody finds it and they know it's your key, they can gain access to your house, and the house doesn't know any better. If you're using multi-factor authentication, the attacker finds the key, they try to get in, the house knows enough to say, you're not supposed to be there, I'm not letting you in. So when you frame it like that, it's about reducing risk and fundamentally making it that much more difficult for the attackers and criminals to gain access to your information. You don't want to make it any easier for them than it already is.
We've said a lot during this interview, Dave. Where can people go to get some of these tips and various information?
Well, you can check us out at cisco.com/go/readiness-index. So our report is there, as well as lots of other information that you could drill down on and learn more about. As well, you can also reach out to us because we're there to be your trusted partner at Cisco.
All right, Dave Lewis, Global Advisory, Cisco Security. We appreciate you and appreciate this conversation, man. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Now, we know that Memphis and the Mid-South, when it comes to the Summer Olympic Games, you come to us. Action News 5 is your Olympic station. Well, we are in for a treat this morning. We have the most decorated American track and field Olympian of all time joining us on the Digital Desk. I'm talking about Allyson Felix with us this morning. Allyson, good morning to you. We saw you on the Today Show just a couple of weeks ago. Tell me how you're doing.
Good morning. I'm doing really well. I am, really enjoying life after track and doing well. Can't complain.
So I really appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk with us, Allison. Bring us up to speed on you, on your career, and for some of our viewers, because we have thousands of people watching us right now, just tell us a little bit about your background and so people are familiar with your story.
Yeah, I have been running professional track and going to the Olympics for a very long time now. I've been to 5 Olympic Games, and I just recently retired and have a daughter, so I'm really enjoying time at home. I also have a business called Seish, where we make women's footwear designed for and by women. And so all of those things are keeping me really busy these days.
Excellent, excellent. So, so let's talk a little bit about, we have National Small Business Day. You mentioned you're a mom. You have a footwear company that's designed and for women, designed by women, for women. You got so much going on. You have Small Business Day coming up on, I believe it's May 10th. And so how are you marking this occasion with everything you got going on?
Yes, it's a lot, but I am so excited to celebrate with my daughter this year. I just really want to foster her dreams. She loves to bake. And so we came up with Cammie's Cookies. We're going to have a bake sale, and she's just been introduced to counting money. And so we're really excited to do that.
I understand your alma mater named their stadium after you. Tell me about that.
Yes, I had the honor of the field at my track being named the Allison Felix Field, which was something that I would never have dreamed of or imagined, but just an incredible honor.
So I find it interesting, and so does my producer, Amanda, that you are this incredible, accomplished track and field athlete, but yet you're playing tennis now. Tell me about that.
Yes, just trying to, come up with some new ways to stay active and creative. So many things on my plate, like this bake sale with my daughter that we're just really excited about for National Small Business Day. And partnering with HP has been incredible to be able to do that. They have so many resources online to be able to come up with fun business plans and printables. So we've had a great time just with that process and designing everything. And it's been really a lot of fun to be able to do that.
Let me ask you about this, because this came to us this week, and I don't know if you know Tori Bowie. She was a 32-year-old world champion sprinter from Mississippi, and she died suddenly. Were you familiar with her? She's an Olympic athlete as well. And if so, what will you remember about her? It was just an awful, sudden thing.
Yes, Tori is, she was my teammate for a very long time. So yeah, still just even trying to process just such incredibly sad news. And so it's an honor to be her teammate, and I'll just continue to celebrate her life and just really lift up her family during this time.
No question about it. And our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family as well. Thank you for saying those things, Allison. Let's talk about some simple ideas on this Small Business Day. I mean, switching gears a little bit because it is coming up later this month. And you mentioned your daughter, who's 4 years old, and I know that there's plenty of parents out there that have either lemonade stands and car washing events. What kind of advice, or what are you thinking about when it comes to that kind of thing later on the Small Business Day later this month?
Yeah, I think as a parent, there is nothing that we enjoy more than really fostering those dreams and encouraging our kids to dream big. And so I have really just taken to that. I love that HP has all of these amazing resources that they offer for kids to be able to do that. And then also just making sure that I'm ready to go. I think there's nothing worse than having all this momentum and energy and then getting ready to design and, print signage and not having ink and paper. So I love that they have this amazing HP Instant paper add-on service where ink and paper is delivered straight to your home. So that hasn't been an issue in our household. But I'm just really excited to help my daughter. Obviously, business is important in my life. And I want her to have that same entrepreneurial spirit.
You've been involved in the Olympics. As I mentioned at the top, you're the most decorated American track and field Olympian of all time. Give me some amazing memories that you will never forget, some of the high points that come to mind when you think about your track and field career.
I think just everything the Olympic spirit embodies. You know, I've had the best time competing in the most amazing places. Meeting incredible friends, and just that thrill of being able to compete on that stage. It's something that I will never forget. I've learned so many lessons, and I feel so blessed to have been able to just represent my country.
Do you see your daughter as perhaps someone who may carry the torch, so to speak?
I'm definitely seeing athletic signs, but I just really want her to pursue whatever she wants to do. You know, I'm getting her involved in all kinds of things, dance, and, you know, we're playing soccer. And so she'll have plenty of time for that when it comes around.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're in Memphis. We broadcast to Mississippi, Arkansas, West Tennessee. You know, we are friends with Rochelle Stevens, an Olympic gold medalist from back in the 90s when the games were in Atlanta. Have you ever been to the Memphis Mid-South area? If so, where'd you go?
I actually was just recently in Tennessee, visiting some friends. And so, yeah, it's an area that I get to every now and then, but I would love to come back more.
Excellent, excellent. Well, listen, Allison, this has been fantastic. I really appreciate you, and congratulations on all your success, both on and off the track. And God bless you and your family and your beautiful daughter. Thanks for taking time for us.
Of course. Thanks for having me this morning.
We're in store for some clouds, some sunshine, and maybe a small chance for a downpour later this afternoon, but it's going to heat up out there. 87 degrees, warm and muggy, but a southwest breeze, 10 to 15, some gusts up to 20 or 25 miles per hour at times. Let's talk about the tricky weather pattern that's in place, because it's going to linger with us much of this week. We have a warm and muggy air mass through the afternoon. There could be clusters of storms that pop up. Really, it's going to be hard to pinpoint where those pop up and when they will move through, but there could be some that move through tonight since this front's going to kind of linger across the area. Then as we go through the rest of the week, the front is nearby, and it's going to keep that chance of a shower or storm, but many areas could still end up staying dry for much of the week as well. Here's a look at the winds today, up to around 20 or 25 at times, so the breeze will make it feel a little bit better out there. But look at these temperatures, upper 80s, Covington, Ripley, Dyersburg, 87 in Bolivar. Again, upper 80s to near 90 in some areas. Places like Tunica, Clarksdale, Marks, Mississippi, Oxford around 86. Again, a mostly cloudy sky. There could be some sun peeking out at times. Upper 80s for much of eastern Arkansas as well. Here's the caveat, though. We do have a chance for a few strong storms later tonight, and this is a very small chance. I think the bigger chance will be to our north. There's a slight risk for the northern half of the Mid-South, so this is northeast Arkansas into northwest Tennessee. Gusty wind would be the main threat with any of these storms that are going to try to sink south either this afternoon or tonight. Now, here's a look at Futurecast, and again, it shows a pop-up shower or storm this afternoon, and really trying to tell where these storms are going to pop up. Very, very difficult in this pattern. The forecast models are all over the place with the placement and the timing, but this one is showing the potential for a round of storms with some wind on the leading edge as it dives south through the overnight and into the early morning hours, and then it kind of falls apart as we go into tomorrow morning, and then we end up with the same thing we're seeing today: some clouds, some sunshine, and some warm temperatures. Check out the First Alert 7-day forecast. And those temperatures stay above average. Our average is around 80 this time of the year. Lows at night will be in the upper 60s to near 70. It will be a little less humid, I think, for the middle of the week as that front tries to dip just to our south. But then the humidity levels may go back up, and rain chances, they're small, but they stick around through the weekend. Keep the rain gear handy just in case, but know that much of the day each day will end up being dry.
We are learning more about the man police say is responsible for a weekend killing spree at an outlet mall in Texas. Jay Gray has more.
Overnight, our community has just been hit. And it hurts. It hurts.
Another vigil after another mass shooting. This time in Texas, 8 people killed, at least 7 injured. Dashcam video shows the gunman jumping out of his car, spraying gunfire toward a crowded sidewalk at an outlet mall just north of Dallas.
Into the back, barricaded it with some concrete bricks, and then right then on the security camera, thank God we went in the back at that time, we saw him walk right by, masked up, fake police outfit on.
Senior law enforcement officials have identified the suspect as 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia and say he was wearing a tactical vest, armed with an assault-style rifle and handgun, and that more weapons and ammunition were found in his car. They also say Garcia had several social media accounts and seemed to be drawn to neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. His killing spree ended when a police officer at the mall on an unrelated call rushed in.
He heard gunshots, went to the gunshots, engaged the suspect and neutralized the suspect,
allowing hundreds of survivors to escape.
To see your son come out with his hands over his heads and have to walk past dead bodies, it's not something any parent or anybody should ever have to see.
But it's something communities across the country continue to experience. The massacre in Texas, the 199th mass shooting this year. Jay Gray, NBC News, Allen.
2023 Beale Street Music Festival is in the books. Action News 5's Walter Murphy has a look back at some of the highlights and what to still expect for Memphis in May the rest of the month.
It's a little sad that Beale Street Music Festival has wrapped up, but what an amazing 3 days of music it was, and it really did showcase the Bluff City. We had hometown hitmaker Glorilla headlining on Saturday night, and she even brought out another Bluff City icon, Moneybagg Yo, for a little bit. But the icing on the cake was when she gave a shout out to the queen of Memphis, Gangsta Boo. Now, Gangsta Boo died earlier this year unexpectedly, but on Saturday, Glorilla danced around the stage to Gangsta Boo's hit song, Where Them Dollars At. Now, that was a really special moment during the 3 amazing days and nights of music. But it's not over yet. Now, this was just the opening weekend to Memphis in May International Festival. Now, the next big crowd favorite event will be May 17th with the World Championship Barbecue Contest. Reporting downtown, Walter Murphy, Action News 5.
Okay, as you heard from Walter, Barbecue Fest going to be at Tom Lee Park May 17th through the 20th. It's a 4-day competition. It's been recognized by USA Today most prestigious barbecue contest. There's still time to register. Also for the Great American River Run Memorial Day weekend, it's added a 10K and a 5K race. After 40 years, Jenny Craig closing its doors here. It is going out of business. It said, quote, "Is with heavy heart, we're announcing the closure of our businesses here." Jenny Craig's program providing healthy menus designed to help people lose weight. Customers being told that auto delivery subscriptions have been canceled. All coaching sessions, food orders, merchandise sales have ceased online and in corporate centers. Late Memphis rapper Young Dolph being celebrated this month at a pop-up museum at the Agri Center. It's no surprise that the final stop is here in his hometown of Memphis. When you first walk in, you see what it looks like, almost like a convenience store, and you make your way through the museum, different stages of Dolph's life, showcasing his early career to his record-breaking albums. And the Memphis Zoo creating a new exhibit with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. The zoo displaying arts and animals between the entrance and the exit of the China exhibit. The art will feature animals currently called the Memphis Zoo Home. The arts patients made is part of a art therapy designed to help patients suffering from cancer and other life-threatening illnesses to inspire hope in their spirit.
You know, it's just this, we're really excited about working with St. Jude on this initiative. It's, you know, something that we're really, really passionate about, of course, and, you know, anytime we can bring children and art together and animals at the same time, it's just a unique opportunity for us to display some of these artworks throughout our zoo.
All right, we're in the off season for your Memphis Grizzlies. The team getting some rest and relaxation after a tumultuous season, let's just say. Big news last week was that the organization will not bring back Dillon Brooks. The report from The Athletic created waves after the wording in which said Brooks would not return, quote, under any circumstances. Desmond Bain made an appearance with Stephen A. Smith on his broadcast and had this to say about Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, you know, we all got a bunch of love for Dillon. You know, he's one of the first guys in, last guys to leave. You know, I don't think it's hard to see what type of competitor he is and what type of effort he lays out on the line every night. You know, but things like this, you know, happen. You know, it's part of the business. You know, there ain't no telling whether he's going to be back with us or with another team in the future. But, you know, regardless, whatever happens, I wish him the best. You know, I've seen him grow as a basketball player, a teammate, a father. You know, he's got a beautiful daughter. You know, so whatever happens for him, I'm going to be cheering. You know, hopefully it's with us, but, you know, if not, you know, I'll be rooting for him as long as he's not in the Western Conference.
Desmond Bain's such a pro, and ain't no word on where Dillon Brooks will head since becoming an unrestricted free agent. Update for country music fans. Morgan Wallen announced on Instagram last night he's planning to reschedule his canceled Oxford, Mississippi concert. He canceled back on April 23rd the show at Vaught-Hemingway Stadium minutes before he was set to take the stage. His vocal cords, that's what it was, the reason why he was unable to sing. Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, we know it as the Mid-South. Well, guess what? We are also in the stroke belt, meaning there's a much larger incident of stroke in our region. We have Dr. Anna Yang joining us from Regional One Health. She's talking to us about this issue and why so many people in our area experience a stroke. First off, Dr. Yang, it's glad to have you back on the digital desk. Let's talk about why we are in the stroke belt. What are some of the factors that put us in there?
Yeah, so the stroke belt is this belt in the southeastern portion of the United States, starting with Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas, and then going towards the east. And this area has long been known to just have a higher incidence of strokes compared to the rest of the United States. So to be in the stroke belt, it's about at least 10% greater strokes than the rest of the country. There are a lot of factors that could be contributing to this. There have been a lot of different factors that have been looked into. But obviously what I want to focus on is the ones that we can do something about. So that would include, you know, things like your diet, your risk factors for, you know, high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, drug use, smoking. And then as far as risk factors, we don't have anything that we can't control. Race, unfortunately, is a factor as well, and African Americans are a lot more likely to have strokes than the rest of the population, which we do have a large population of here.
You know, we always run these PSAs, Dr. Yang, about what to do in case of a stroke. I think the acronym is FACE. Is that what it is? Tell me what the warning signs are.
Yeah, so FACE or FAST. FAST is the most recent one that was out. Yeah, so FAST, so F for face, so you got the first one right. So the facial droop. A for arms, so if one arm is drooping, is weaker than the other side. And then S for speech, so slurred speech. And then T for time, so the faster, to remind you that the faster you see these symptoms, you need to call right away to go to the emergency room.
Okay, and can you talk about what happens in those in the cases of a stroke? I know it's there's a distinction between mini strokes and larger, more dangerous strokes, right?
Sure, yes. So broadly, there are actually two types of strokes. You've got your bleeding type stroke, which accounts for some of it, but the majority of strokes are going to be your blockage type strokes. So in either way, you don't have enough blood flow going to the brain. So what we call mini strokes are basically strokes in a smaller vessel that go away. So you have symptoms and your symptoms resolve, and then when you get your MRI, you don't actually really see anything obvious. And then your big strokes obviously are the ones with significant neurologic deficits, where you don't just have a little bit of weakness or a little bit of numbness, that you may even have permanent disabilities from it. And these are strokes that you can see when you get the MRI. You can see exactly where in the brain has been affected. But even mini strokes, if you have a mini stroke, it's not something to be taken lightly, because these are risks for having a large stroke within a couple of days to a month even. So even little strokes need to be taken care of and taken seriously.
Yeah, no question. I know that. I've had some family members that have had some of those mini strokes, and it is nothing to mess with. Let's talk about some of these different factors that people cannot control. You said age, race, those are some factors. Tell me about that.
Well, so traditionally we always thought stroke was, a disease of the older people. And in some ways, the older you get, the higher your risk. But at the same time, we're seeing it in a lot of young people too. Just not too long ago, I saw somebody in their 30s who, thought they were previously healthy have a stroke. So it's not impossible to have a stroke just because you're a young person. We're seeing it more and more often in people in their 40s and 50s. So definitely age is a risk factor, but that's not the only thing we should go by. And yes, race. So African Americans, like I said, have a much higher risk and rate of strokes than a lot of others.
Okay, so if we have thousands of people watching us on the digital desk, Dr. Yang, if there are maybe 3 or 4 bullet points that you could give people to say, okay, you don't want to have a stroke, and ways to prevent ever having one, what would you say?
So the first thing I would say is go to your doctor, first of all, to get the things that you can control under control. So just because you don't know that you have high blood pressure or diabetes or high cholesterol doesn't mean you don't, because you've never seen a doctor. So please go get that checked. And if you do have these things, these are things that can be managed. And so the more you can lower your risk, the more you can prevent strokes. Majority of strokes are preventable, which is good news, but you have to know about these problems in order to do something about them to prevent them. So quitting smoking is another huge one. If you can quit smoking, ask your friends and family for help, or your doctor if you need medication to help. Smoking is a huge risk for stroke. And then, also watching your diet and, exercise, the normal things to stay healthy. Making sure, what you're putting into your mouth is what's best for your brain health and your heart health and your blood vessel health. And then, of course, avoiding drug use is another one. There are a lot of different drugs out there that can worsen your risk for stroke. So I would say definitely, A is to go to the doctor and work on these risk factors and do all the things that you can do to prevent the stroke. And then the other thing is, if you have one, please go to the ER immediately. There are medications, there are things that we can do, and the faster we do them, the better for your brain long term, the more likely that you can get some of your functioning back. Because, once the damage is done to your brain, the only thing left we can do is to try to prevent further damage and try to encourage your brain to, recover as much as possible.
You've said a lot during this interview, Dr. Yang. Where can we get this information? Is there someplace online where we can go?
So the CDC has, some information on strokes, some basic information, some statistics, especially about, this area, the stroke belt, and, in general. But I mean, your greatest resource is going to be to see your doctor and talk to them specifically about, your personal risk factors and your personal medical history.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then remember, FAST, face, arm, speech, and time. All right, check it out. Memphis in May has begun, and one of the best things about Memphis in May, The Memphis Greek Festival, absolutely. It's coming up, not this weekend, next weekend, May 12th, May 13th. That's Mother's Day weekend, but don't worry, Mother's Day has its own day. It's Sunday. We got Friday and Saturday, though, for you to go to the Greek island on Highland, and so many great things to see at the Memphis Greek Festival. One of the best things to see is Kathy Zambella. She's always there. She's always happy and festive. She's joining us on the digital desk. Kathy, good morning. How are you?
Oppa, I'm doing awesome. How are you?
Doing great, my friend. So great to talk to you and talk about the Memphis Greek Festival. We are excited, and I know that Memphis and the Mid-South's very excited because this is one of the best festivals of the year, and I think if there are people that maybe haven't gone in a while, or perhaps some that are new to town, they've never been at all, go ahead and give us just kind of a rundown of what people can expect when they go there.
You know, you can expect just to be embraced by our beautiful Greek Orthodox community. We love feeding people. We love our Greek music. We love our dancing. We love our faith. We want people to go into our gorgeous sanctuary for the beautiful church tours by our Father Simon. And we want to let everybody know, come be Greek for 2 days. Next Friday and Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. We have free shuttles. We want you to park either at the Popper Plaza Shopping Center or at Life Church on Highland. We will drop you off right at that front gate. Bring 3 canned goods because we're partnering with the Mid-South Food Bank, and we want to fill that truck up to help all of the people of the Mid-South. Then come into our church, go into the wonderful dining hall. We're going to have wonderful, delicious Greek chicken rigonato, pork tenderloin, lamb, our huge pastry corner, our It's Greek to Me cookbook. We've got, you're talking about Mother's Day, we've got gifts for mom. So if you don't know what to get mom, come to the Greek Festival. We're going to have special Mother's Day baskets available. We have a wonderful lady that does jewelry. We're going to have Greek olive oil and spices, and you know, our live Greek band, our wonderful Athenian dance troup's going to be performing Friday night and again on Saturday. And we have Greek pizza and loukoumades and gyros and pastitso, moussaka, wonderful wines and beers, just everything talking about being Greek.
You know, you went down the entire the entire thing. Yes, there is something for everybody. You know, sometimes when I talk to people about it, I'm like, look, this is the best festival. You got to go. Sometimes people are intimidated by a couple of things. One is the parking. You know, oh, where do we park? It looks so jam-packed. And I love the fact that there's a park and ride shuttle that has been set up for years where people don't have to worry about parking. We will take you there. And then the other thing is you get free admission if you just bring in 3 canned goods for the Mid-South Food Bank. I think those are 2 great opportunities for people to say, you know what, here is admission is free and you have a place to park, no issues.
Absolutely. And, you know, the biggest thing is we do have our drive-through, and a lot of people like to come on Friday, go to the drive-through maybe through their lunch break, and they may see a special person there. I don't know, you, Andrew Douglas, and then come back on Saturday and bring the kids. It's a family event. We have the bounce house and face painting, wonderful Greek artifacts from the folks at Ole Miss at the Greek Museum there. Just so much fun.
Okay, so now I want to take a look at some of the menu that's been posted online because this is getting a lot of people in the newsroom very hungry. Let's talk about the menu a little bit.
So if we go into the fellowship hall and Katros Hall, you're going to get a choice of the chicken rigonato, the pork tenderloin, the souvlaki, or lamb, and with that comes our delicious spanakopita, the Greek green beans, the rice, the bread. And if you go on our website or in Eventbrite, you can save $5 and get the meal for $20. So that is just a great deal. If you don't know about Greek pastries, calories. We do have a pre-pack that's already done for you. It's just you pick it up and you go. But if everybody does have some of their favorites, whether it's baklava or our colombiadas or whatever it is, we've got those pre-packed and ready to go as well. So, and outside in the menu, our wonderful gyro, the pizza's amazing. The delicious lucamadas, those are like warm honey donuts with delicious honey on top and cinnamon powder sugar. And then our Greek lasagna, which we call pastizo, our Greek eggplant parmesan, if you will, that's called moussaka, and just so much deliciousness. And don't worry about calories. That doesn't even count at the Freak Festival because we're going to put you on the dance floor, and that's the best cardio you've ever had.
Yes, that is so great. I want to accentuate the one thing you just said where people can save $5. So we're talking about free admission by bringing 3 canned goods there, and you can save $5 on food by doing what now?
If you go to Eventbrite, and that also includes the free admission, and you'll get the choice of the chicken or the pork tenderloin meals, as well as a water bottle as well. So that's a great deal for $25 value for $20.
That's fantastic. And then you mentioned plenty of time on the dance floor to work off some of those calories. We have the Athenian dance troupe doing those folk dances. My son's involved with that, so I'm really excited to see him. It'll be his last time doing it. I know. And they have, I think, a performance on Friday and then 2 on Saturday, right?
Yeah, 6 p.m. on Friday night and then noon and 6 p.m. on Saturday. We do not want you to miss that. That is definitely a crowd pleaser. And our wonderful friend Costa Costanis and his sons, they get into the music. We get into the music. We love sounding of the bouzouki. And it doesn't matter if you don't know how to Greek dance. You just join in and, just kick your feet. That's all you need to do and be happy.
So, do we know what number festival this is? Isn't this up in the 60s, right?
64th.
64, man.
And we are 64. A well-oiled machine, my friend.
No question about it. And, the way I like to look at it is this is the original Memphis in May, because Memphis in May is 40-something years old. This is 64, right?
Yes, we squeeze in right between Music Fest and Barbecue Fest. So we feel like we're part of the Memphis in May organization.
Exactly. Kathy, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. And really looking forward to a great weekend, May 12th and 13th at the Little Island on Highland. 573.
Absolutely. And you have to bring your opa.
Exactly. Opa. And tell us what opa means again.
Opa is just joyful. We say like ole maybe in Spanish, but if you better come and you better know it because I'm going to ask everybody, what are you supposed to say? And everybody screams, Opa!
We love you, Kathy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We're in store for some clouds, some sunshine, and maybe a small chance for a downpour later this afternoon, but it's going to heat up out there. 87 degrees, warm and muggy, but a southwest breeze, 10 to 15, some gusts up to 20 or 25 miles per hour at times. Let's talk about the tricky weather pattern that's in place because it's going to linger with us much of this week. We have a warm and muggy air mass through the afternoon. There could be clusters of storms that pop up. Really, it's going to be hard to pinpoint where those pop up and when they will move through, but there could be some that move through tonight since this front's going to kind of linger across the area. Then as we go through the rest of the week, the front is nearby and it's going to keep that chance of a shower or storm, but many areas could still end up staying dry for much of the week as well. Here's a look at the winds today, up to around 20 or 25 at times, so the breeze will make it feel a little bit better out there, but look at these temperatures, upper 80s, Covington, Ripley, Dyersburg, 87 in Bolivar. Again, upper 80s to near 90 in some areas. Places like Tunica, Clarksdale, Marks, Mississippi, Oxford around 86. Again, a mostly cloudy sky. There could be some sun peeking out at times. Upper 80s for much of eastern Arkansas as well. Here's the caveat, though. We do have a chance for a few strong storms later tonight, and this is a very small chance. I think the bigger chance will be to our north. There's a slight risk for the northern half of the Mid-South, so this is northeast Arkansas into northwest Tennessee. Gusty wind would be the main threat with any of these storms that are going to try to sink south either this afternoon or tonight. Now, here's a look at Futurecast, and again, it shows a pop-up shower or storm this afternoon, and really trying to tell where these storms are going to pop up. Very, very difficult in this pattern. The forecast models are all over the place with the placement and the timing, but this one is showing the potential for a round of storms with some wind on the leading edge as it dives south through the overnight and into the early morning hours, and then it kind of falls apart as we go into tomorrow morning, and then we end up with the same thing we're seeing today: some clouds, some sunshine, and some warm temperatures. Check out the First Alert 7-day forecast. And those temperatures stay above average. Our average is around 80 this time of the year. Lows at night will be in the upper 60s to near 70. It will be a little less humid, I think, for the middle of the week as that front tries to dip just to our south. But then the humidity levels may go back up, and rain chances, they're small, but they stick around through the weekend. Keep the rain gear handy just in case, but know that much of the day each day will end up being dry.
Okay, it is time to talk about Memphis in May and the Beale Street Music Festival that just occurred over the weekend. Yes, it is. Is it not? Oh. Having some mic issues here, but we are talking about Memphis in May, Beale Street Music Festival in the record books, and by all accounts, everyone had a great, great time. We are joined now to talk a little bit more in depth about Memphis in May, the Beale Street Music Festival, and the other events that are happening in the month-long celebration of Memphis with George Abbott. He is Director of External Affairs with the Memphis River Parks Partnership. George, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great. It's great to be with you.
So good to be with you. So tell me some of the feedback that you've received from the weekend.
Well, it's so good to see people enjoying the new Tom Lee Park. It was, of course, awesome to see no rain this weekend. That was fantastic, but great to see people in the new park, experiencing the new park, seeing some of the plantings. Of course, you know, everyone who was at the festival was really there for the festival. They didn't experience some of the key park features, the playground and other pieces of the park that will open later in September. So I can't wait for everybody to come back and celebrate again there.
So let me ask you a couple things. We saw a release from the Memphis River Parks Partnership that talked about some load-in challenges that resulted in some major damages over the weekend. Can you explain what that was?
Well, with any event in a new venue, especially a vulnerable venue that's still in construction like Tom Lee Park, you have the risk for damages. You know, we know that there has been some damage. We expected there to be some damage, but we won't be able to make a full assessment until, you know, everything's moved out of there and we can really get in and assess what's happened in the park. But I would say that, you know, it felt to me like attendees were really respecting the park very well. Of course, it's the first time using this footprint, so, you know, everyone takes a little bit of time to get familiar with it. But I think as well as can, you know, everything went as well as can be expected.
Yeah, you know, it was great to be back there, first time since 2019. Did you say where the damage was? I didn't catch that.
Well, I don't really want to go into specific damages that have been caused, especially before we have the chance to get really into the park and do a full assessment. We do have our staff, you know, kind of walking around making a visual assessment every day and just monitoring the activity that's happening down there. But again, I think it's just great to see, you know, festival goers enjoying the new surroundings.
I agree. Some questions came up from over the weekend, George. I was wondering if you could help answer some of them. It was a much smaller space for crowds. So with all the improvements, with all the renovations, they were much smaller spaces rather, for crowds. And I had some people that were wondering, is this the kind of festival we're going to see in years to come? Smaller space, smaller areas for people to be around, and just wondering what it's going to look like for the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. Are those big giant trailers and all those teams, are they going to be able to fit in those smaller areas? Because there's without a doubt a smaller space for barbecue teams all over the park. I mean, are we talking about a smaller festival overall, a smaller Memphis in May, or events?
Well, I certainly hope not. I mean, the park was not. The park was designed to specific dimensions that Memphis in May provided, and so those dimensions are built into the park. Including the amount of square footage that you have for lawn areas, including the amount of square footage that you have for barbecue fest trailers to set up in. And in my experience, I was down at the festival a couple of days. It felt like there was more capacity, there was more space, or there was enough space certainly for the people who were there. So I don't really want to speak to, questions about specific ways that the festival will get set up are more appropriate for Memphis in May. But I can say that the park was designed to the specifications that Memphis in May asked for, and they're built into the park.
Okay, because I remember that there was a lot of back and forth between Memphis in May organizers and the Memphis River Parks partnership. And, I don't want to get into that because I know that there was mediation there and there were some concerns about the reduction of space. And having been in the park, which looks great, by the way, George, it's hard to not recognize, or at least recognize the fact that the amount of space, area, square footage, if you will, of people roaming around and stuff was drastically reduced. Just because you have a playground over here or some other areas fenced in over there, it's just a smaller space. And so when it comes to Barbecue Fest and when it comes to Music Fest in years to come, are you guys just expecting a smaller type venue in the years to come, not that Memphians are used to and accustomed to over the last 30, 40 years that Memphis in May has been around?
Well, adding the park, previously there was nothing in the park, right? So adding anything takes away from the open space that was there before. But it makes it a much, much nicer place to be outside of festival time. Now you're going to have a beautiful experience with a playground and the sports courts, restrooms, food and drink pavilions, gardens, plantings, trees. I saw a lot of people this weekend who were really grateful of the fact that there were now trees and shade. It was surprisingly warm this weekend. Particularly the canopy in the center of the park was really a great shade feature as well. But again, the park has really been designed to accommodate major events, and we built in specific spaces to host those events. As to the details of the setup or artists, things like that, that's a question better for the festival organizers. But all we can do is listen to what they told us that they wanted and then build that into the design plans. So it's great to see so many people kind of experiencing the park, getting their first look. And I'm looking forward to everybody coming back for the public opening.
Absolutely. I want to hit on something else that not many people are talking about, although I've been getting several messages, George, with regards to the annual maintenance cost of this park. So Tom Lee Park was very low maintenance before all the renovations, and there's a lot of maintenance now. It's much more of a high maintenance cost for maintaining Tom Lee Park now. Has there been any discussion on what it's going to take to maintain everything at Tom Lee Park, and who's going to pay for that? Is that going to be Memphis River Parks Partnership, City of Memphis? How is that all going to break down?
Absolutely. So maintenance is crucial to any development of public space. And one way that you ensure that you're able to maintain what you build is really by involving the maintenance staff from the very first part of the design process. So our operations team was part of the design. You know, we've built up the skills on our team to be able to take care of what's built into the park, and we've really thought that through in advance. So we've worked with a couple of consultants. We're keeping the landscaping company that installed all of the plants, all of the trees. They will be on contract for the first year of park operations to assist our staff while they build the muscle to be able to maintain that effectively. There is an increased cost. It's about a 20% increase on the previous cost for the park. We receive an annual maintenance allocation from the city of Memphis, and then we augment that maintenance allocation with earned revenue from things like event rental fees, from boat dockings, and any other revenue streams that we're able to access. So while there will be an increased cost, we're confident that our staff has the skills they need to maintain this. We believe that we have built a revenue plan that can support the park operations, and looking forward to this really being Memphis's signature park and one of the best parks on the river for many years to come.
So glad the weather was nice at Beale Street Music Fest this weekend, and really hoping that the weather is nice for the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. There were some people who asked me and told me that they're concerned about the viability of Memphis in May because they're concerned the festival is going to lose money this year due to the reduced crowds, due to the reduced amount of people, vendors, organizers, barbecue fest teams, that sort of thing. Do you think that the overall Memphis in May product is going to lose money this year because of the reduced capacity at Tom Lee Park?
Well, I don't really think that's a question that I can answer. You know, Memphis River Parks Partnership, we operate Tom Lee Park. And Memphis in May, of course, uses Tom Lee Park for two of its events. But Memphis in May is more than Beale Street Music Festival and the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. All that we can do at the partnership is provide the spaces that the festival needs. We have very detailed specifications that Memphis in May said that they needed. We built those into the park. As for what happens after that, that's up to the festival organizers. So I think you would need to, you know, I don't want to comment on their operation specifically.
Listen, I appreciate you asking the tough questions, George. You're a gentleman about this all. Anything else before we let you go?
No, well, I just want to point out that today is a very important day. Today is actually Tom Lee Day. So it was 98 years ago today that Tom Lee rescued 32 people out of the Mississippi River. As soon as I get off the phone with you, I'm heading to our Tom Lee Day celebration, where we'll have the descendants of Tom Lee and the winners of the Tom Lee Poetry Contest. So a great day in Memphis. Glad that the sun is still shining, and I appreciate it.
I meant to say I appreciate you answering the tough questions there that I asked, and I appreciate you remembering Tom Lee Park Day, reminding us about that today. So listen, George, take care of yourself. Appreciate you joining us on the digital desk.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
Okay, you too. All right, so now let's talk about Tennessee and the pharmacy shortage that we've been hearing about. To add to the problem, students are not going to pharmacy school as much as they used to. And it's not just happening in Tennessee. This is happening all across the country. So local pharmacists say the pharmaceutical profession has changed over the years, especially after the pandemic, where pharmacists saw heavier workloads due to vaccines and COVID testing. And now colleges are finding new ways to get people interested in pharmacy school.
But nationwide, we have seen that. One thing that we at South College, we have now done, we are just starting a new online distance hybrid pathway in addition to our on-ground, and we have a lot of interest in that. So we think that's going to be one way to help in this area.
CVS is expected to cut hours at more than half of its location for pharmacists, and Walmart will shorten its pharmacy hours at most of its stores. Thousands of American airline pilots are threatening to go on strike right before a busy summer travel season. Labor union representing American airline pilots authorized the strike. American said this should not impact flights or operations. They also said a strike will only happen if terms for a new contract cannot be reached. All right, more than 2,700 students are now graduates of the University of Memphis. Yes, the U of M held its largest ever commencement, 3 different ceremonies at FedEx Forum. This new record beats the 2,000 graduates in the spring of 22. Mark Graney, a 1992 U of M graduate, #1 New York Times bestseller, author of the Gray Man series, was the commencement speaker. Oprah Winfrey returned to her alma mater, Tennessee State University, as the commencement speaker. She reflected on her time as a student there, how she balanced working at her father's store, presenting the weekend at a radio station, and attending classes. And she told the class to dream big, be good to others, while delivering her remarks at the graduation.
There will never be anything in your life as fulfilling as making a difference in somebody else's. Everybody here wants to see you take your integrity, your curiosity, your creativity, your guts, and this newfound education of yours, and use it to make a difference.
Oprah was also in for a surprise. The president of the school presented her with an honorary degree during the ceremony. All right, a weekend in Nashville filled with Taylor Swift and all those Swifties. There were 3 nights there, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, record-breaking attendance. 180,000 people in total attended all 3 shows. Moving on, a child's in trouble this morning for stealing a bus. Yes, a school bus in Nashville, taking it on a joyride. This is video. You can see police cars surrounding that bus on multiple lanes. Officers say the boy stole the bus from Kipp College Prep Middle School in North Nashville before making its way to West Nashville, hitting a gas station pump and nearly running over a person in that parking lot. Minutes later, police say he sped onto I-40, hitting a car in the process before officers started chasing him. Police laid out a spike strip that pushed him to stop the bus and try to turn around when officers got him, and he eventually surrendered to police. For decades, fluoride has been added to most of our tap water to help protect against cavities. But now studies are addressing how much is too much when it comes to fluoride and whether it can cause problems, especially in infants and expected mothers. Let's talk about this issue and more with a biological dentist, Dr. Griffith Cole. He joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning, Dr. Cole. Let's first talk about what a biological dentist is. I've never heard of that.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so we're more like whole body dentists. We work like a functional medicine doctor in that we look at more than just fixing what's going on in the mouth. We want to know the underlying causes of the symptoms. Why are they getting cavities? Why do they have infection? So we dig a little deeper and we treat the whole person, really. We're also very concerned with materials, and so we don't work with anything that we know is toxic to the body, like mercury, nickel, and even fluoride.
That's excellent. All right, so that's perfect to set the table here for this discussion. I'm really looking forward to this discussion because I've had so many debates with various family members and some friends who hate fluoride, who hate the idea of fluoride in tap water. I mean, it was put in tap water back in the 40s to address the issue of cavities. There's been a lot of studies out there that have talked about the toxicity to people's bodies with fluoride. And now there's what I'm reading is that there may be a link when it comes to IQs and infants and children. Bring us up to speed.
I will. So you're absolutely right. Too much fluoride can negatively affect most of our organs in our body. And now we know brain function and activity. And how we know that is the National Toxicology Program, which works under Health and Human Services. Their job is to look at substances that are harmful to the environment and let us know. And they looked at these reports and found absolute brain impairments, including lower IQ, as you mentioned, in babies born to pregnant moms who ingested fluoridated water during pregnancy.
Now, I've always heard, Dr. Cole, that the amount of fluoride that's in tap water is so small and so minute that it wouldn't really affect people's bodies. Is that, I mean, I guess that's one argument, but, you know, my thought is, well, if it's any kind of poison, why put it in at all? I mean, do the negatives outweigh the positives? Where currently is this issue? Because I've seen some communities across the country removing it from their tap water because there's been such a backlash.
Yeah, so your statements are absolutely accurate in that there are many people who are now realizing that not only is it not effective, it's not doing its intended function, but it's actually very harmful. And keep in mind, too, that fluoride, when you get fluoride in your body, when you drink it, your body can only metabolize and get rid of about half of that. So the other half stays in your body indefinitely. So this is an accumulative effect, right? And that's the problem with it. Drinking it is not what we need to do. So, and now we know that we are getting too much. And in fact, Health and Human Services has lowered the level that's allowed to be added to water supplies because they're noticing children are getting these spots on their teeth, this tooth fluorosis, these white spots. Every 2 out of 5 kids has that now in this country. And we get it in these other things too, right? Like bottled drinks, we get it in some dietary supplements, mouth rinses, toothpaste, and even a lot of prescription medications. So there's just so much of it. Even if you try to avoid it, and you're hopefully in some community where you don't have your water fluoridated, you're still being exposed to it. So you got to be careful of that.
So let's talk about some alternatives out there. I know that there are a lot of alternatives that I see at health food stores, for example. They big labels on the toothpaste that says no fluoride toothpaste or fluoride free, that sort of thing. Is that what we should be looking for? Give me some alternatives.
Yeah, I feel that way, and I'll just speak for myself. I mean, I don't think that we need fluoride in any form, but there'll be plenty of dentists out there that will tell you it works topically, and they're right. You can apply it to your teeth topically and get some kind of anti-decay effect. It's unnecessary, but it does have that effect. So you know, I always tell people the same thing, and it's just simple principles that we learned a long time ago. A good sound diet, right? One that is low in sugar, but high in vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables, good fats, ample protein, right? Combine that with good home care. And I mean simple things, right? If we brush and floss daily and spend a couple minutes brushing your teeth, clean your tongue, that combined with a good diet, and you've got a home run there. You don't need to add any kind of special dentifrice to your teeth to make them stronger. You already have the foundation.
Would you recommend that all communities across the country remove fluoride from their tap water?
I absolutely would, and have for 28 years now. It's unnecessary. It's never been proven to actually work, as I mentioned. And now we know that all these brain impairments, I mean, lower IQs, get this, they found when the National Toxicology Program looked at all these studies, and they handpicked what they thought were well done, controlled, randomized studies, they found that there was a steep drop in IQ, up to 7 points in babies that were born to these moms who drank fluoridated water during pregnancy.
That is crazy to me. It's amazing to me that it's still allowed in some of the community tap water across the country. What about when it comes to toothpaste? You know, naturally, you think of toothpaste, you think of, you know, putting it on your teeth, rinsing it, cleaning it, and then spitting it out. Would there be any harmful effects from that?
So, you know, every toothpaste that has fluoride now has that little warning label. And they've had it for years where it says, you know, don't swallow more than a pea-size amount. And the reason why is it's toxic. And if a child especially swallowed a fair amount of toothpaste, it could do some harm. So I always say you don't need to have any kind of fluoride toothpaste. There's so many toothpastes out there that don't have them, as you mentioned, but you can even brush your teeth with just baking soda. Baking soda and water is a really nice soft dentifrice. It'll get the plaque off your teeth, and that's really all you need. So you can save some money there.
Tell me why this hasn't gotten as much coverage. I feel like you know it, I know it, but I don't feel like this is one of those huge pressing issues that many of Americans know about?
You know, I think it's because it's been something that's been hammered into us our whole lives, right? Since 1945 anyway. And dentists especially. Like, I love to get into debates with these pro-fluoridationists, and I know I can win because I have all the science. But I think that when you're told that something is good for you and you're told that again and again, you just take things at face value without really looking at the science behind it. But if everybody just takes a moment and really digest what this report is about. I mean, now we're talking about babies being born with brain impairments. I think that should wake some people up. And don't let any pro-fluoridationist say to you, oh, these studies aren't any good. These are incredible studies. That's why the NTP actually handpicked, because there's over 80 studies, but they got down to 52 that they felt did the right, really good scientific method. They were, great methodologies. They were very well done. And that says a lot about these results.
Let's talk about where people can see these studies and these various scientific data points for themselves. Can they go anywhere online?
Yes, thank you for asking. So if they go to the IAOMT.org, so it's the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology. The website is IAOMT.org. They can find a biologic dentist. They can find, as you mentioned, these studies. We have a library, a loaded digital library with so much information on all topics related to oral medicine. It's a great resource.
Okay, Dr. Griffith Cole, we really appreciate this conversation this morning. Thank you for joining us and illuminating us to the issues with fluoride, not only in our water, but in so many different facets of our everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
King Charles III has been crowned the King of England. It officially took place over the weekend. UK is the only country in Europe to hold this lavish coronation ceremony, and it took place without any hiccups. Memphis Showboats finally got their first win in convincing fashion. The Showboats dominated the Michigan Panthers on the road in Detroit 29-10. Quarterback Cole Kelly had 2 rushing touchdowns. The defense forced 3 turnovers. The Showboats coach Todd Haley said there were several key components to the victory.
Our defense, number one. I mean, we've been searching for turnovers, trying to win the turnover battle. We not only did that, we took points off the board with a couple red zone turnovers, and then the sack fumble by Jeff McCullough was a huge play for us. So just really excited. The defense kind of came to life. Alex Kessman, again, I thought, being back home and with a lot of people here watching, he made a couple really big kicks for us early on and then continued. It just, it was much needed win to travel really for the first time, airplane, all that stuff coming into Michigan, Detroit. I thought I'm just happy for our guys.
All right, so the Showboats will play against New Orleans this Sunday down south. One of the best interviews that you're going to see on the Action News 5 digital desk has to do with food. And each and every week or so, we interview the food. Whether it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we are always focused on the weekend. We're focused on the weekend. We're focused on date night. We're focused on what we're going to do, who we're going to see, where we're going to eat. And that's why it's so important to talk to Jennifer Chandler, the food reporter at the Commercial Appeal. And Jennifer, I guess we're talking about date night, right?
Yes, we're definitely talking about date night places if you really wanted to impress that special someone in your life. These are the restaurants in Memphis where I would make a reservation to go. They most of them are a little bit of a splurge, but they are serve great food, great service. They're some of Memphis's top restaurants. And not only am I going to share what I think are the 10 most romantic restaurants in town, I'm going to share what my favorite table for 2 at each one of these restaurants is.
I love it. I love it. And I love this list. Let's hit it.
Okay, well, we're going to start with A. It's kind of an alphabetical order a little bit here. So Acre is one, and this is this restaurant in East Memphis. And I think a lot of people don't realize it's there because it's kind of tucked away off of South Perkins, kind of right where the road bends. there. But look at this table. They have this table for two this was in a former home. So in the front dining room, which is the smaller dining room, there is this great fireplace, and there is this table for two in front of the fireplace. And you just feel like you're, someplace, especially in the winter, someplace very romantic. And it is my favorite spot in the restaurant Acre. The restaurant is by Wally Joe and Andrew Adams, two fabulous restaurateur chefs, and they do great food. And if you haven't been there, you need to check out Acre. And if you're going for a date night, ask for that table. But you can't go wrong with any table there. Next on my list is Andrew Michael Italian Kitchen. And Andrew Michael, again, I love these places that are in homes because I think they would create this kind of like intimate dining experience that you don't, that you feel like you're kind of like this special person in someone's home. So they have these lovely dining rooms, but my favorite place is in the bar. And they have these banquettes that they created, and you can't really quite tell from this picture, but the banquettes, the sides are really, really tall. So when you sit in those banquettes, you feel like you're the only person in the restaurant. And I love that kind of nice, cozy feeling. Any seat in this restaurant is definitely romantic, and the food is great. And one of the things that I always do when we go there is I love their pastas, and I could never pick one. So we always share. So I think that a lot of the things on their menu are great for kind of like sharing for two. So definitely Andrew Michael Italian Kitchen, and ask for one of those booths in the bar. So moving on, Chez Philippe. So Chez Philippe has been, the quintessential fine dining restaurant in Memphis for decades. And they closed during COVID back in March, and they didn't reopen until this past fall. And so whereas the dining room is still that elegant, room that they have all of, you can see all of like the faux marble and all of there's no place like it anywhere else, but they're doing these tasting course menus there now, and they're really over the top, excellent wine service. I went in December and enjoyed my meal and my experience there. I will say, if you're going to Chez Philippe, just plan on, it's a 2 to 3 hour meal. It is it's a production, but it is very romantic. And especially if you really want to splurge, I'd say get a room at the hotel afterwards. So that way you don't have to go home after enjoying your multi-course meal. And I forget how exact number it is. It may be 8 courses. It's a lot, but it's pretty fancy.
Yeah, I love Erling Jensen's. I was fortunate enough to be there last month, and it was a 7-course with wine pairings on each course. Unbelievable, modern French. You can't beat it.
Yeah, well, we'll mention Erling's now. That's on my list too. And but you don't have to. You can go for a special event where you have a tasting menu like that. But Erling's does do also a la carte, and they have my favorite table in Erling's. Is kind of, if you look in the dining room, that it is kind of, there's a top table that is in front of the front windows. You can see it in this picture. You can see those windows right there. There's a two-top right there, and you just kind of feel like you're a little bit away from the fray of everything going on in the restaurant. And yeah, there's a reason Erling Jensen has been, the top chef in Memphis for, I would say he's probably going on 30 years, because I had a date night with my husband at La Tourelle when he ran La Tourelle, and we've been married 25 years. And that was before we got married. So, but Erling Jensen, that's in East Memphis. It's off of Yates. Again, it's in a former home, tucked away. It's just very, very, very charming. Going back to kind of my alphabetical order, if I can keep in it, is Coastal Fish Company. Now, this is not in a home. It is not intimate at all as far as like the site, but it has the best view, in my opinion, of any restaurant in the city of Memphis. It's sitting on the banks of Hyde Lake and Shelby Farms Park. And and if you go at sunset, look how stunning that is. Just absolutely beautiful. And one of the things that's great about this restaurant, I love any scene in this restaurant, but there's this fabulous, huge patio. And in the summertime, they have fans going. So after sunset, it really kind of cools down. But in the winter, what they do is they have put up sides that run across the front that are glass sides. It's a partition. It doesn't go all the way up, but they have heaters. So, I mean, if it gets down to 20 degrees, it's not going to be comfortable there. But if it is 50 degrees, 60 degrees in Memphis, do not hesitate to sit outside and ask for one of the tables that is on the edge of the patio that directly over, you have the front row seat to that amazing view of a sunset. And don't be afraid to go to dinner early. I know early bird special, it's really not a special, but as far as, you know, a 5:30 or 6, just time your reservation around sunset, and it's worth going to dinner early just because it's so breathtaking. Next on my list is Dory. And Dory is back on Brookhaven Circle. It's actually right next to Andrew Michael. And Dory is a lovely restaurant by David and Amanda Krog. And it is a tasting menu, kind of like we were talking about Chez Philippe. And my favorite table in this restaurant is, you can see right here, it is in the front corner, right across the street from right across from the kitchen. So they have an open kitchen, so you can watch the chefs in action, and it is just really kind of fun. And, you know, since it's right there in the corner and has that partition, again, you feel like you're kind of intimate, and you feel like you're kind of in your own little private dining area. And those chefs are at this restaurant are so talented and so into what they do. It is so fun to watch them preparing your meal. So Dory is on my list. And I forget the exact night, but I should have written this down, but I believe it's on Wednesday nights. They do a little bit shorter. It's either Tuesday or Wednesday nights. You need to double check online. But they don't do their full course, 6-course tasting meal. They do a smaller one that's 4 courses so that you don't have to make as big a time commitment when you're eating at Dory. But it's such a fabulous dining experience. I just love it. Okay, next on my list is a Memphis classic that's been around forever, Folks Folly. You know, it's Memphis's original prime steakhouse. I mean, it's been around since the 70s, and there's nothing like those steaks that come to your table sizzling in butter. I mean, I've never had that anywhere else. But again, this is like all these other restaurants I keep saying that are like in those old original homes, but they have these private dining rooms that can seat 2 to 4. Sometimes they can seat 6, but they're kind of, they have these curtains, and they're kind of partitioned off. And it's just a really charming way to have a really intimate, romantic dinner, especially if your special someone loves steak. Folks Folly Prime Steakhouse is where I would go for that experience. Napa Cafe is right around the corner from Folks Folly. This is again in East Memphis. It's in the Sanderlin Center. And owner Glenda Hastings has just created this just really welcoming, well done restaurant. It's got a nice wine list. It's got a really good wine focus. And there are several places in this restaurant. I had a hard time choosing which I was going to choose my favorite romantic table, but I decided to do this one, which is called, it's in Jan's Room. It's this little nook that is off the side dining room, and it has kind of this glass sliding door, so it kind of looks into the main dining room, but it has a banquette in the corner. And it has some of her favorite cookbooks and some memorabilia on the walls behind you. And you can snuggle in that little corner and just be a little away from everything, but still have a view of the restaurant and everything going on in there. If that table is not available, there's also a private dining room in the wine cellar as well. So, which is another cool experience. But again, every place of these restaurants that I'm mentioning, I'm telling what my favorite romantic table is, but there's really not a bad seat in the house. Then Supper Club on 2nd. So this is a really kind of cool, different dining experience. This is on kind of right across the street from the Peabody. And this table right here, you can see is in the front window. There's one that's right in the front table, and there are like 2 or 3 right there in this kind of like nook there. And there are 2 tops. And that is where I like to sit, because one, you can kind of look out on the street, but you can also look back and see the scene going on in this restaurant. So the food is excellent. I went recently and I had their version of a lobster pronto pup. I think they're called lobster dogs, and they were really good. And these short ribs that were just over the top. but I will say this one is kind of a scene a little bit because it has a club-like, it's a restaurant, it's a fine dining restaurant, but there is a club-like atmosphere a little bit, like there's loud music playing, kind of like this kind of cool soul R&B, and it's, you know, the lights are dim, and it's just, it's kind of it's a fun, different dining experience. And as I said, I love to sit in one of those front high top tables and kind of watch everything that's going on in the restaurant. It was funny when they were opening it, they told me that a supper club, you know, originally back in the 50s was, you know, you would go to dinner and you would watch a show. And they said that they were hoping to create a restaurant where there wasn't a show per se, but dining there was the experience, was part of the show. And it definitely is kind of a fun and different kind of cool vibe to go to. And then, one more on my list, and it is a very new restaurant, The Lobbyist. So The Lobbyist at Chisca is in the historic Chisca building that is on South Main, kind of a little bit, kind of a block or so away from the Orpheum. And this is a restaurant by Chef Jimmy Gentry, and it opened in January. And it is really cool if you, especially, this is one that, you know, a lot of times if you have people that are vegetarian, you can't take them places to eat. If your Valentine or your special someone is a vegetarian, you can take them there and they will have a fabulous meal, because he has a whole big section called produce section, and I swear you will not miss the meat at all. But he does have great meat. I mean, he has great steaks, and he has fish dishes and sweetbreads and all those things. But he does vegetables really, really, really well. And so the table that I love there is that one that's under that great piece of artwork. It's in what's they call their PDR, their private dining room. And you just kind of feel like you're off in the corner. It's a really nice little place, because especially under that chandelier, you can see it's breathtaking. But again, not a bad seat in this restaurant as well. I think I did all 10. I hope I did all 10. But all of these places are just really true Memphis originals. They're all owned by Memphians. They're all, you know, Memphis originals serving great food. They have good service. They're worth the splurge, as I said. Whereas I picked my favorite tables, and you can go to commercialappeal.com/food and see this list, and it does talk about each one of these tables, and each one. Any seat in these houses, any seat in these restaurants is absolutely perfect.
I love that list. It is a great list. There's only 2 places I haven't been, and I got to check them out. But I mean, that list is fantastic, Jennifer. And my apologies when I interrupted you before. I said Erling Jensen. I meant to say Chez Philippe. I was at Chez Philippe last month, and it was 7 courses and wine pairings at each course. So it was. It's just such an amazing dining experience. You can't go wrong. But you can't go wrong, as you mentioned, with any of those restaurants. They're just so good. I love it.
Well, Memphis is so lucky to have so many great places here. I mean, it's really amazing. And I have to admit, when I make these lists and I have to narrow them down, it's, you know, first I was going to do my top 5, and I was like, I can't narrow it down to 5. I've got to do 10. And I probably could have mentioned a few more. There's so many great places here in Memphis. And I just, you know, I always encourage people is just look and see. We've got so much cool stuff. We have a really great restaurant scene, and it just, I mean, I shouldn't probably say this, but my daughter lives in Nashville, and I've been going there a lot this year, and I go to all these places that supposedly are the best restaurants in Nashville, and we sit there and we're like, this is not as good as what we get in Memphis. So
you know what? You're not the first person that has told me that. They've said the exact same thing. We went to this place in Nashville, so we got plenty of those and better ones in Memphis. So you're absolutely right, 100%. And take Jennifer's recommendations on these restaurants. They're so good. Commercialappeal.com/food. Jennifer Chandler, as always, thanks very much.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Check out that cover. Memphis Magazine this month, May edition. Beautiful. Look at that. That reminds me of late spring, some summer, local adventures. And someone that's been taking some local adventures and posting it on social media, Anna Traverse Vogel, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I love the cover, and I love talking about all kinds of different adventures across Memphis and the Mid-South.
Yeah, so we've got a cover story focus on what we're calling local adventures. We've sometimes called this staycation, but I feel like local adventures really sums it up more in terms of being able to get out of your house, getting into the world, and really exploring and trying on some new activities. So as you can see on the cover, one of the things that we went out and did so that we could report back to our readers is we went canoeing on the Mississippi River. So there's a local guide named Matthew Burdine who has been taking folks out in these really impressive canoes, which sounded a little bit unwise to me at first, but I have to say, once I got out there, I absolutely had a blast. I actually ended up going out twice because it was just so much fun and such a unique way to see our city. So what you see on the cover is actually a group of people in a canoe, and that is the Mississippi River, not some placid lake. So it's really quite an experience, but highly, highly recommend.
So I'm looking at that picture, Anna. That seems like a lot of people in a canoe. You're not in there, is there?
No, so that's actually a different group, and that's a photo that Matthew allowed us to use. But our canoes that we went out on with him were just as long, and he has these really impressive canoes that have really large hulls, and they're just very, very sturdy. I think maybe seaworthy type of canoes. I'm not an expert, but you feel a lot more secure in this canoe. And of course, so much of it is that Matthew is an experienced guide. He used to take people out on the Colorado River and, just really knows what he's doing. So even though a small part of me, having grown up in Memphis and having this healthy respect, shall we say, for the river, I thought I was going to be petrified. As soon as we actually got out there, I was like, this is amazing. I had such a good time. It was almost like giddy making.
Well, you sold it well in your social media post talking about it. I'm totally sold on it. And being an Eagle Scout myself and gone canoeing plenty of times, not only just with me, but also with my son, who's also an Eagle Scout. I love the outdoors, and I love all kinds of different things, including canoeing. So I'm really interested to read it and
I grew
check
up
it out.
canoeing on, smaller rivers and lakes. So, the motion of the paddle feels very familiar, but it just would never have occurred to me to go canoeing on our river here. So it really did sort of reintroduce me to my own hometown. And, what Matthew talks about is some places have a vertically grand world, like mountains or the Grand Canyon or what have you, but our part of the country, the Delta, has a horizontally grand aspect to it. And so I thought that was a really unique way of seeing where we've been living all this time.
Yeah, I that would be ambitious to canoe the Mississippi River. I'm with you, though. I would definitely.
And he's actually done the whole thing.
That is intense.
So a few years ago, apparently he canoed all of it. I don't know that I'm up for that just yet.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right, so Anna, tell us more about the magazine, because we got the adventure pages here. What else?
Yeah, absolutely. So also in our local adventure section, we didn't just go canoeing. We also sent our writers out to do all sorts of fun stuff. So Frank went out and did some rock climbing at Memphis Rocks in Soulsville. We went out to some listening rooms, over to the Botanic Gardens, a baseball game at AutoZone Park, just all sorts of different things that you can do to get active in Memphis this spring and summer. And then we also have a story in this issue about pet rescue. So, we talk to people who are doing several different kinds of pet rescue. All of my animals are rescue pets who have come to me one way or another, but we just sort of compiled different groups who are involved in local animal rescue. One that sometimes transports animals on planes, a woman who's very active on TikTok, but uses that as a platform to publicize the animals that she rescues. A woman who actually uses leftover copies of our sister publication, the Memphis Flyer, in kitten rescue. So, they say print is dead. But
I love it. I love it. Now, I do have a question, Anna. The artist of that pet rescue, is that anyone we would know?
No, that is an image that our art director found in his databases.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. And then what I loved also looking through this month's edition here is the farmhouse. I love the pictures.
Yes. So that was such a cool find. We do these habitats features on a pretty regular basis where we ask people to let us into their dwellings, and so this month Chris McCoy, who handles most of our habitats, our homes features, he brought this one to us, and it's such a cool story because it's this home that's like on Walnut Grove. It's over 100 years old, but it started its life as a farmhouse back when there wasn't much happening in that part of Shelby County. I mean, back in 1919 when the home was built, I don't know that there would have been very much around it. And it looks like the current owners have really done a spectacular job. I have to admit, I'm fairly jealous of that kitchen. But I think that's really what these stories allow us to show is you might drive past a place every day for years and years and always sort of wonder, I wonder what it's like inside that place. Well, we try to answer that question for you because I think we all have that curiosity, and this place just looks so stunning and so inviting.
I agree, and I think back to that house that you guys showcased a few months ago in Binghamton that was just beautiful, and someone had taken over. That was gorgeous, and so I love it when you guys do it, and it was certainly nice to see. Again, this is the latest edition of the Memphis Magazine here. Beautiful cover, talking about local adventures, pet rescue, farmhouse, and much, much more. Anna, before we let you go, anything else you wanted to mention about this month's edition?
Just a quick little shout out to the small story that's on the last page of the magazine that's about Kong Wee Peng, who is the artist who designed this year's Memphis in May art poster, the official poster. And it is just absolutely beautiful. Kong Wee Peng lives and works in Memphis, but is actually from Malaysia, which is being saluted this year. So it's a really nice story about her and about the poster. And I have to say, it's just really, really stunning. I'll put it up here. So I thought that was a nice thing to spotlight, and that's how we close the magazine as we open the month. And we've got Music Fest this weekend, so I know everyone's excited to see how that goes.
Well, if you're at Music Fest and you see someone canoeing the Mississippi River, it might be Anna Traverse Vogel. She's sold on it. So seriously, appreciate you as always, Anna. I love it. I'm really looking forward to getting my edition in the mail. And thanks so very much for joining us. Print is not dead, emphatically. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate you.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful Monday afternoon. Enjoy the warm temperatures. We certainly have it here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We'll be right back here tomorrow morning, beginning at 7 o'clock, a new time for the Digital Desk. And, of course, we got Action News 5 at midday coming up at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter. Take care.